Prologue, an invitation from the realm of silence. Have you ever, in the quietest moments of your soul, heard a whisper, a soft, persistent hum, reverberating beneath all the noise of life, suggesting that something greater, a more wondrous reality awaits just beyond the veil of your perception? You are not holding this book by chance. You are here in this very moment because of a sacred appointment set lifetimes ago. Your purposeful presence here is a point of convergence, a cosmic intersection between the deep call from your consciousness and an opportunity arranged by an omnipotent intelligence. The universe did not bring you here by accident. It is responding to the invitation of your own inner readiness, recognizing that you are prepared to receive what has always been yours. Let go of the stories of arduous and slow change. We have been taught that transformation is a prolonged battle, a long journey of effort. But a deeper, more elegant truth awaits your discovery. The greatest change can occur in the blink of an eye. This is the nature of instantaneous transformation, a quantum leap of consciousness, a complete reconfiguration of your inner state with the power to reshape your reality instantly. This is not a climb up a steep slope, but an awakening. And at the heart of this awakening lies a foundational secret of all existence. Consciousness is the source of creation. The world you experience is not a rigid, objective material stage. It is a living fluid, an infinite field of energy. Your every thought, every intention is not a fleeting notion. They are creative impulses, subtle commands sent into the quantum field that sculpt and shape the flow of energy that crystallizes into your experience. From this truth, the walls of the prison you mistook for reality begin to dissolve. The laws of time, the limits of space, the barriers to potential. None of these are ironclad laws. They are merely constructs accepted by the collective consciousness. Limitation is an illusion. When you change the frequency of your inner world, the seemingly immutable laws of the outer world can be bent, shifted, and even dissolved. You will realize that the only cage that ever existed was built by your own beliefs. So how do you initiate this phenomenal change? Not through striving, struggling, or resisting. The great path does not come from fighting the circumstances you do not want. It comes from alignment over effort. It is a state of sacred harmony, a dance of resonance where your inner vibrational frequency perfectly matches the frequency of the reality you desire. In that state of alignment, what you seek need not be pursued. It will come to you drawn by the very essence of who you are. And here is the final liberating truth. All the power you need is already within you. This journey is not about learning something new. It is a journey of remembering. The nature of wisdom is awakening and remembering. The profound wisdom in these pages is not foreign knowledge, but a sacred echo of the truth within you. You are not here to become someone else. You are here to awaken the infinite, timeless power that you already are. That whisper you hear is the call of your soul, inviting you to come home. It is time to listen. It is time to remember. Chapter 1. The trembling veil. In a distant valley where mist often embraced the hills like a secret lover, there lived a weaver named Alara. She was not merely a craftswoman, she was an artisan. Her tapestries were renowned throughout the lands, not only for their masterful technique, but because they seemed to hold the very soul of the stories they told. For Alara, the world was an orderly and tangible place. It was made of flax and wool of colors, predetermined in dye pots, and of the unwavering laws of the loom. She believed in what her hands could touch and her eyes could see. Her reality was a fabric woven from the predictable. Then one day tragedy struck. Her young son, a soul as radiant as the dawn, left this world after a swift and sudden illness. Alara's orderly world shattered. The loom fell silent in a dark corner, the shuttles gathering dust. She no longer saw color in the spools of yarn, only the ashen gray of her grief. She had lost the thread that connected her to the reality she once knew. For weeks, she sat in a vacant state, submerged in the heavy stillness of loss. Grief had muted the familiar thoughts, the logical patterns she had always used to define her world. And then, in that stark silence, something miraculous occurred. As she gazed at the threads hanging on her loom, they were no longer static objects. She saw a shimmering, ethereal light surrounding each one. She saw not just a single shade of blue, but infinite shades of blue dancing and overlapping like different streams of time. She could perceive tapestries that had never been woven, stories that had never been told, all existing as a vibrating potential right before her eyes. The veil of her perception, once woven from the belief in a single material world, had grown thin. Her profound grief, rather than destroying her, had unintentionally quieted the filter of her mind, allowing her a glimpse into a deeper reality. She realized that the world was not a finished fabric, but an infinite loom, where all possibilities coexisted. From that day on, Ilara began to weave again. But her tapestries were different. They did not just tell stories of the past. They seemed alive, shifting in color from different angles, and those who beheld them felt a deep sense of peace, as if they too had touched the invisible tapestry of the universe. In another kingdom walled by granite mountains lived a sculptor named Kael. He was the pride of his land, a master who could breathe life into marble with his keen eye and skilled hands. He saw an angel imprisoned in every rough block of stone, and his work was to set it free. But an accident in a quarry stole his light. Kael was left blind. For a sculptor, losing his sight was a fate worse than death. He sank into despair. How could he release a beauty he could not see? The brilliant white marble blocks, once his endless inspiration, were now just cold, lifeless obstacles in his darkness. His limitation seemed an insurmountable wall. In his desperation, he wandered his workshop, his hands trembling as he touched his unfinished works. And then, when his mind was exhausted from self-pity, he began to listen with his hands. He placed them on a large, uncut block of stone. At first, it was just a cold, rough surface. But as he held his hands still and quieted the screaming in his mind, a new sensation arose. He no longer felt the surface of the stone. He felt a subtle vibration from within it. He could sense the hidden fault lines, the different layers of minerals, the currents of energy flowing through the block like an underground river. What he had considered a limitation, his blindness, had become his most powerful gateway. It forced him to abandon his dominant sense and develop an alternative, a deeper sensitivity to the very essence of matter. His hands had now become his eyes, not eyes that saw surfaces, but eyes that saw into the quantum realm of potential. He began to sculpt again, not by removing what was excess, but by following the currents of energy he could feel within the stone. His later works were even more magnificent than before. They didn't just look real, they felt real. One could feel the sorrow in a weeping figure, the strength in a stone warrior, just by a simple touch. Kael's lack had allowed him to part the veil and touch a reality that the sighted world never saw. The universal law, the quantum tapestry. The stories of Ilara and Kael illuminate a profound truth about the nature of reality. The physical world that our conventional senses perceive is only the thinnest surface layer of expression. Beneath it lies an infinitely deeper and more vast reality, a quantum tapestry woven from countless coexisting possibilities and timelines. Our perception, trained over years by society, family, and personal beliefs, acts as a filter. It has been programmed to register only the solid, predictable aspects of existence. It automatically filters out the other extraordinary dimensions that exist right alongside us. We see only a single thread on an infinite tapestry. The boundary between the material world and the quantum realm is not fixed. It becomes fluid and thin in specific states of consciousness, in deep grief, in profound meditation, in a flow of creative inspiration, or when a conventional sensory channel is removed. When the mind's habitual patterns of thought are quieted, the veil of perception trembles, and we get a chance to glimpse what lies beyond. Sometimes the very things we perceive as our shortcomings or limitations can become our most powerful gateways to a deeper awareness. The loss of a conventional sense can force us to develop alternative channels, allowing us to perceive the fabric of reality on a level that others miss. Parting the veil is not a random accident or a special gift. It is a skill that can be intentionally cultivated. It is the art of quieting the mind's filter to perceive the entire tapestry, not just a single thread. Practical exercise: sensing the invisible tapestry. This exercise will help you begin to train your ability to perceive beyond your conventional senses, thinning the veil of your own perception. Choose an object. Find a simple object in your space: a leaf, a stone, a cup of tea, or even your own hand. Sit quietly and place it before you. Observe with conventional senses. Spend 1 minute truly looking at it. Notice its color, shape, and texture. Touch it. Feel its temperature and weight. This is the surface reality. Quiet the filter. Close your eyes. Begin to breathe deeply and slowly. With each exhalation, imagine that your analytical thoughts, definitions, and labels, "this is a rock, it is gray," are dissolving. Allow your mind to become as still as a placid lake. Perceive with quantum awareness. With your eyes still closed, gently reach out and touch the object. This time, do not try to feel the surface. Instead, set the intention to feel the life within it. Imagine it not as a solid thing, but as a vibrating cloud of energy. Sense the space between its atoms. Sense its history: the stone that was part of a mountain, the leaf that drank the sunlight. Sense its potential. Simply be open to any subtle sensation, whether it's a slight warmth, a tingling, or an image that flashes in your mind. Carry this new awareness. Open your eyes. Look at the object again. Does it seem different? Hold on to this feeling of a deeper reality as you go about your day. Look at the world around you with the awareness that everything is more than it appears to the naked eye. You are beginning to see the invisible tapestry. Chapter 2: The Gaze That Shapes the World. In an ancient city hidden behind towering walls, there lived an alchemist's apprentice named Liam. He spent his days and nights in his master's dimly lit laboratory, a wise and ancient man of great learning. Liam's mission, like that of all alchemists, was to transmute lead into gold. He followed every formula, meticulously heating to the precise temperature, cooling in rhythm with the moon, and adding each ingredient with absolute precision. But every time he failed. The lead ingot in his crucible remained just that: lead, gray, heavy, and inert. Meanwhile, his master, with just a few graceful movements and a contemplative gaze, seemed to transmute base metal into pure gold with ease. Liam grew increasingly frustrated and desperate. He believed there had to be a secret ingredient, a hidden incantation that his master had withheld. His entire focus was fixed on the lead, on its stubbornness, on his own failure. He observed it with doubt and disappointment, and the lead simply mirrored that exact energy back to him. One afternoon, as Liam was on the verge of giving up, his master placed a hand on his shoulder. "You do not fail because the formula is wrong," he said, his voice a low hum. "You fail because of the quality of your observation." Liam looked up confused. "Master, what quality is there in observation?" The master smiled. "When you look into the crucible, what do you see?" Liam replied, "I see a stubborn ingot of lead." "Exactly," said the master. "You look at it and you pour your doubt into it. You use your consciousness to reinforce the reality that it is lead." "But he continued, his eyes looking into the distance. "When I look into the crucible, I do not see lead. I see the radiant gold sleeping within. I do not try to change it. I simply use my certainty to awaken the golden nature that is already there. My gaze does not record reality. It invites a reality." From that day on, Liam changed his approach. Before he began, he would close his eyes. He didn't visualize the process of melting, but the final result. He imagined holding a warm gold coin in his hand, feeling its pleasant weight, admiring its glittering light. He let the feeling of accomplishment, of abundance, of magic spread through his entire body. Then he would open his eyes and bring that very energy into his active observation. He looked at the lead, but with a gaze that already knew it was gold. And then the miracle happened. The metal in the crucible began to melt, no longer inert, but seemingly cooperating with joy. It rippled, and then a gleaming metallic sheen began to emerge from the smoke. Liam had learned that the greatest alchemy was not in the furnace, but in the consciousness of the observer. In a remote countryside, a farmer named Silas owned a field known as the Cursed Field. The land was dry and cracked, and no crop could survive more than a season. Silas's father and grandfather had tried and failed. Every day, Silas walked out to his field, and all he saw was evidence of lack. He saw soil as dry as dust, he saw barren rocks, and he saw an emptiness that stretched to the horizon. Anxiety gnawed at his soul. His gaze, day after day, only scanned the barrenness. He was unaware that with this focused observation of failure, he was continuously instructing the universe, "Give me more of this barrenness." The field was not merely barren, it was responding to his observation. One day, an old pilgrim passed by. He saw Silas sitting on a rock, his face etched with despair as he looked out at his field. The pilgrim didn't offer him seeds or tools. He offered him a method. "Young man," he said, "every evening when the sun sets, walk across your field, but I forbid you to look at the dry earth." Silas was astonished. "Then where do I look?" "Look for what you wish to see," the pilgrim replied. "Look at this field and see golden wheat rippling in the wind. Bend down and feel the softness of green sprouts under your feet, even if there is only dust. Take a deep breath and smell the scent of damp earth. After a rain, even if the sky is clear, do not pray for a harvest. Observe the harvest that is already there." Though skeptical, Silas had nothing to lose. He did as he was told. Every evening he walked his field, and instead of focusing on the lack, he used the full force of his imagination to observe the finished state. He felt the joy of a bountiful harvest. He felt the gratitude. Gradually, his energy shifted. Despair was replaced by a quiet hope, and as his energy changed, so did his actions. He began to clear the stones with a new patience. He found a small, forgotten creek at the edge of the property. The miracle didn't happen overnight, but it did happen. The soil seemed to begin retaining moisture. A few green shoots of weeds, then more sprang up. Silas planted his first seeds with a firm belief, not a blind faith, but the faith of one who has already seen the result. And that autumn, for the first time in generations, a golden hue of wheat covered the cursed field. The reality of the land had reshaped itself to match the quality of his persistent observation. The universal law, the silent creator. Your consciousness is not a passive mirror that simply reflects the world. It is a creative torch. The very act of your observation is an active, participating force that influences and alters the energy field around you. Reality is not a fixed block of stone. It is a fluid field of potential, constantly responding and crystallizing based on the focus of your awareness. Where your attention goes, energy flows. What you focus on expands. The act of observation is never neutral. The energy and intention behind your gaze, be it love and abundance or anxiety and doubt, determines how the infinite quantum possibilities collapse into a specific reality. Whatever energy you sow with your gaze, you will reap in the crystallized reality that follows. Consciously or not, you are constantly the creator. You are ceaselessly selecting one reality from an infinite menu through your default observation. Focusing on bills manifests more bills. Focusing on gratitude invites more things to be grateful for. This is a non-stop process. To transform your life, you must become an alchemist of awareness, a farmer of the mind. Shift your focus away from the unwanted present condition. Instead, use your unwavering attention to observe the ideal state you desire, feeling it with every sense as if it were already an obvious truth. This persistent observation, filled with heartfelt emotion, is the most powerful act of collapsing the infinite field of potential into the specific reality you choose. Practical exercise. Observing the state fulfilled. Define what you want. Choose one area of your life you wish to change. Be specific. Instead of "I want to be happy," define it as "I feel peaceful and joyful in my relationships." Acknowledge the current story without dwelling in it. Take one moment to recognize what your current reality is. For example, my bank account is currently low. Acknowledge it neutrally as a data point without judgment. Write the new story, the state fulfilled. Now close your eyes. Imagine a short scene that implies your desire is already a fact. If it's financial, see yourself looking at a healthy bank balance, feeling secure and free. If it's health, see yourself walking in a park, your body feeling light and energetic. Make it vivid with sensory detail. Live in the feeling. This is the most crucial step. As you visualize the scene, ask yourself, how would I feel if this were my reality right now? Relief, joy, gratitude, freedom. Let that feeling rise up in your body. Bathe yourself in the emotion of the wish fulfilled. Don't just think of it, feel from it. Release and trust. After a few minutes of living in that feeling, release the image, but hold on to the feeling. Trust that by observing and feeling the state fulfilled, you have activated a powerful creative force. Carry that feeling with you throughout your day. Whenever you think of your desire, return to the feeling of it. You are commanding reality in the language of the universe, the language of feeling. Chapter 3. The Creative Codes of the Universe. In a secluded monastery perched on a mountaintop where clouds drifted lazily beneath its foundations, lived a young monk named Alastair. His task was to transcribe ancient texts. Day after day, he painstakingly copied complex characters and repetitive chants onto parchment. He performed his work with flawless skill, but with an empty heart. To Alastair, these strange symbols and incomprehensible sounds were merely relics of a superstitious age, rituals preserved out of respect rather than practical effect. That year, a terrible drought fell upon the land. The wells ran dry, the monastery's medicinal herb gardens withered, and despair began to seep into the stone corners. The elders decided to perform the rite of rain, an ancient ceremony of melodic chants and intricate hand gestures. Alastair participated with reluctance. In his heart, he felt it was a futile act. They should be using their energy to dig a new well. He believed not singing nonsensical songs to a bone-dry skin. The head abbot, a wise master named Corvus, noticed the skepticism in Alastair's eyes. He called him to a quiet alcove. "You copy the characters, but you do not feel their energetic shape," he said. "You pronounce the chants, but you do not listen to their vibration in your chest. You are mistaken, Alastair. These are not pleas to a deity. They are technical manuals." Alastair was stunned. "Technical manuals? Indeed," Master Corvus affirmed. "Every syllable in this chant is a key precisely tuned to a specific frequency in the fabric of reality. Each hand gesture or mudra that we make is not a prayerful pose, but a way to direct the flow of unseen energy. We are not asking for rain. We are composing a symphony for which rain is the final inevitable note." A great truth dawned in Alastair's mind. He had been looking at a sophisticated technology and seeing only an old ritual. He returned to the ceremony with a completely new awareness. As he chanted the ancient words, he no longer mimicked them soullessly. He felt the vibration of the sound in his sternum and visualized it expanding into space like ripples on a lake, resonating with and organizing the moisture in the air. When he performed the mudras, he felt himself directing invisible currents of energy, gathering them into clouds. He was no longer a passive participant, but an engineer of reality. And as the entire monastery joined in focused intention and deep understanding, the air began to change. It grew heavier, thicker, the sky darkened, and the first sweet, cool drops of rain began to fall. Alistair understood. Ancient wisdom was not faith. It was a precise science. In a bustling port city lived a musician named Lyra. She was famous for her technical mastery of the lyre. She could play any composition perfectly, every note clear and precise. But her music, though flawless, lacked soul. It could not touch the hearts of her listeners. Lyra herself felt an emptiness, as if she were playing the notes, but missing the music itself. She heard legends of the soul's anthem, an ancient melody said to heal any wound and awaken the purest joy. But the score had been lost for ages. Haunted by the lack in her own music, Lyra was determined to find it. She traveled to ancient libraries, searching through decaying scrolls, believing that knowledge had to come from an external source to be read and learned. But all her efforts were in vain. One afternoon, exhausted and disappointed, she sat in the ruins of an ancient amphitheater where it was said the greatest bards had once performed. She gave up the intellectual search. She put down her lyre, closed her eyes, and simply sat in silence. She did not try to seek or to think. She set a single intention to feel the resonance of the place. In that deep stillness, a shift occurred. She didn't hear a melody with her ears. Instead, a melody began to arise from within her. It was like a memory. She never had a song her soul seemed to have known all along. Every note, every chord, every rhythm emerged in her awareness, perfectly formed. The knowledge was not in a book. It was encoded in the energy field of the place itself, and by becoming still and receptive, Lyra had attuned herself to resonate with it. She picked up her lyre. Her fingers moved on their own, without command from her rational mind. The soul's anthem poured forth, not as a reproduction, but as a rebirth. The music that flowed from her was alive, filled with a timeless wisdom. Passers-by stopped, and tears streamed down their faces, not from sadness, but from a profound joy and peace they could not name. Lyra had realized that the greatest wisdom is not always learned. Sometimes it simply needs to be awakened. The universal law, the technology of consciousness. The world's great spiritual and mystical traditions are not vague philosophical or belief systems. They are, in fact, precise scientific systems, quantum physics manuals, written in the language of symbols, myths, and rituals. They describe and instruct on how to work with the intimate relationship between consciousness and reality. Tools like mantras, mudras, and words of power are not superstitious acts. They are sophisticated technologies of consciousness. They are precisely designed to affect the material world by using sonic frequencies, sacred geometry, and focused intention to tune the invisible energy fields that shape our visible world. Language, especially the sacred words and sounds preserved through the ages, carries more than communicative meaning. They are encoded quantum commands. They are specific vibrational frequencies that can create measurable changes in the structure of reality when uttered with the correct intention and focus. Sacred languages are not meant to describe reality. They are meant to command it. Understanding these laws does not come solely from intellectual study. It comes through resonance. Like Lyra, we have the ability to attune our consciousness to a timeless field of wisdom, awakening the perceptual potentials that lie dormant within each person. The knowledge is already there, waiting to be activated. Practical exercise. Activating your personal sound code. This exercise helps you directly experience the power of sound as a technology of consciousness. Find a quiet space, sit comfortably where you will not be disturbed. Keep your back straight but relaxed. Choose your code. we will use one of the most powerful and universal root sounds, AUM, often spelled Om. In many traditions, this sound represents the primordial vibration from which all creation emerged. Set your intention before you make the sound. Set an intention for it. Decide that as you voice AUM, you are activating the energy of deep peace and harmony within you and radiating it into the space around you. Activate with sound. Take a deep breath. As you exhale slowly and continuously, chant the sound Om. Don't just say it with your throat. Feel its vibration. Feel the AH sound begin in your belly, the UU sound resonate in your chest, and the MM sound hum in your nasal cavity and at the crown of your head. Repeat 3 to 5 times, feeling the vibration more distinctly each time. Activate in silence. Now continue to chant the word AUM, but only in your mind. Make no sound. Visualize and feel the vibration happening inside you just as strong and clear as when you voiced it aloud. You will realize that your intention can create the vibration without the need for physical sound. Integrate. After you finish, sit quietly for a few moments. Notice the shift in your energy and in the space around you. Carry this sense of peace and the vibration of AUM with you. Whenever you feel stressed or out of balance, you can silently activate this code to quickly reestablish harmony. You have just used an ancient quantum tool. Chapter 4, The Heart's Vibrational Protocol. In a valley hidden by mist and legend, there was a sanctuary for wild griffins. Most of the keepers there approached them with whips, chains, and dominance. They operated from a place of fear, seeing these proud creatures as dangerous beasts to be subdued. As a result, the griffins mirrored that exact energy. They were perpetually aggressive, fearful, and hostile. There was only one who was different, Ronan. Ronan was not a tamer. He was a listener. He believed that violence was not these creatures' native language. One day, a new griffin was brought in, larger and more ferocious than any before. It snarled in its cage, eyes blazing, refusing food, and attacking anyone who came near. The other keepers gave up, deeming it a hopeless case. They broadcast a frequency of fear and failure, and the griffin was responding to it perfectly. Ronan remembered an old tale his grandmother used to tell: "The heart of a griffin hears the echo of your own." He realized a critical truth: these creatures did not react to actions. They reacted to vibrations. They didn't understand verbal commands. They understood emotional commands. The next day, Ronan approached the iron cage, but he carried no whip or chain. He stood a few paces away and closed his eyes. He did not focus on the griffin's ferocity. Instead, he focused on his own inner world. He deliberately invoked a feeling of profound peace and unconditional respect for the proud creature before him. He allowed the feeling of compassion and acceptance to emanate from his heart, filling every cell of his being. He wasn't trying to do anything. He was simply becoming peace. He was broadcasting a coherent and pure vibrational signal into the space. The griffin, which had been growling and clawing at the bars, suddenly stopped. It tilted its majestic head, its sharp eyes fixed on him without blinking. It no longer sensed a threat. Instead, it sensed a different frequency, a language it understood on an instinctual level. It sensed peace. Its aggression subsided not because it was conquered, but because it could no longer find a corresponding aggression with which to resonate. It slowly lowered its head in an unbelievable gesture of acknowledgement. Ronan had not tamed the beast. He had communicated with it in the native language of the universe. He had learned that to master outer reality, one must first master their inner frequency. In a small, fragrant alley of an ancient city, there lived a perfumer named Isolde. She didn't just blend essential oils. She sought to recreate lost emotions. Her greatest desire was to replicate the scent of the sun-kissed rose, a mythical flower said to bring absolute joy to anyone who smelled it. She had all the ancient records describing its layers of scent, a hint of honeyed sweetness, a touch of amber warmth, a whisper of dawn's freshness. She tried hundreds of times. She blended the oils according to the formulas her intellect dictated. The perfumes she created were all pleasant, but they were soulless. They lacked the magic. They were thoughts in a bottle, not emotions in a bottle. She was sending a request to the universe with words and logic, but the letter lacked the most critical seal, the signature of emotion. Her command was not authenticated. One afternoon, in frustration, Isolde threw her books aside. She realized her mistake. She had been trying to build joy from its components instead of starting from joy itself. She sat down in her herb garden and closed her eyes. She stopped thinking about the formula. Instead, she asked herself, what is the feeling of absolute joy? She didn't search for the answer in words. She searched for it with her entire being. She recalled the feeling of warm sun on her skin after a rainy day. She remembered the sound of a child's laughter. She allowed the sensations of elation, of weightlessness, of gratitude to well up inside her. She smiled to herself for no reason. For a few minutes, she became the embodiment of joy. She had calibrated her entire being to the exact frequency of the sun-kissed rose. When Isolde opened her eyes, the world seemed brighter. She looked at the vials of oil on her table, but with a different gaze. An inner certainty guided her. Her hand did not reach for the familiar vials. Instead, it chose a rare resin she had previously ignored, adding a drop of a spice that logic would have deemed inappropriate. She mixed with an intuitive confidence, guided by the very emotional frequency she was holding. When the new perfume was finished, she raised it to her nose, and then she began to cry. Tears of pure joy. This was it, the scent of the sun-kissed rose. She had to feel it first in every cell of her body. That feeling was the energetic signature, the authentication for the command she was sending. The universe had received it and responded. The universal law, the language of emotion. Before the universe had light and matter, it had vibration. This is the fundamental native language through which all things in the universe communicate. From the most distant star to the quietest thought in your mind, everything is a vibrational frequency. Your emotions are not vague chemical reactions. They are precise vibrational commands. Fear vibrates at a low constrictive frequency. Love and joy vibrate at a high expansive frequency. This is not poetry, this is physics. When you experience an emotion, you are broadcasting a clear directive into the quantum field, and the field with absolute precision will rearrange reality to bring you people, circumstances, and events that match that frequency. Therefore, mastering your emotions is no longer a psychological exercise to feel better. It becomes the most potent act of conscious reality creation. Changing your internal frequency is the first and most critical step to changing your external circumstances. The universe does not respond to the words you say or the things you think. It responds to your feeling about those words and thoughts. For a desire to be made manifest, you must sign your order with the energetic signature of emotion. You must feel the joy of the success before the success arrives. You must feel the peace of reconciliation before the relationship is healed. This feeling is the authentication of the command you send. Instead of allowing your emotions to broadcast randomly and chaotically, you can learn to become a deliberate broadcaster. You can tune the station of your heart to send out clear, powerful signals precisely calibrated to manifest your deepest desires. Practical exercise. Calibrating your personal vibration transmitter. This exercise helps you learn to broadcast a deliberate emotional signal into the quantum field. Identify the desired frequency. Choose a positive emotional state you wish to become and experience more of. For example, confidence, creativity, gratitude, or peace. Draft the command. Create a short, powerful present tense affirmation. For instance, if you chose confidence, your command is, I am confidence. Activate the feeling. This is the most crucial step. Close your eyes. Search your memory for a moment, however small, when you genuinely felt confident. Perhaps it was when you solved a difficult problem or received a compliment. Don't just think about it. Recreate that feeling in your body now. Where is that feeling in your body? In your expanding chest, in your straightening spine. Anchor yourself to that physical sensation. Amplify with breath. Now focus on the area of your body where the feeling is present, often the heart center. As you inhale, imagine you are breathing into that spark of confidence, fanning it into a brighter, warmer, and larger flame. Broadcast the signal. As you exhale, slowly, silently repeat or whisper your command, "I am confidence." Simultaneously, allow the amplified feeling of confidence to radiate throughout your body and pour out into the space around you. Merge the verbal command, the intense feeling, and the breath into a single powerful coherent signal. Maintain the frequency. Hold this state for a few minutes. Feel the shift in your energy field. During the day, whenever needed, repeat this short exercise to recalibrate your transmitter to your desired frequency. You are communicating with the universe in the language it understands best. Chapter 5. Breaking the Consensus Dream. In a coastal kingdom where ships never dared to venture too far from shore, there lived a cartographer named Finian. In his world, there was an indisputable truth, a belief etched into the minds of every sailor for generations. The world ended at the Great Coral Ridge. All maps stopped there. Beyond that ridge lay the void, an empty abyss where monsters and madness reigned. This was not a theory, it was a consensus reality. No one had ever returned alive from the void to tell the tale. Fear had created an invisible yet incredibly solid wall of energy, a barrier more real than any cliff face. It was a state of collective hypnosis, a dream everyone had agreed to dream together. But Finian, a man of meticulous observation, noticed an anomaly. He saw that the ocean currents and the flight paths of seabirds near the Great Coral Ridge behaved as if there were land on the other side. His physical observations directly contradicted the collective belief. He began to wonder, is the void a place or is it just a story? Is that wall built of stone or of our own fear? Finian made a revolutionary decision. He didn't try to argue or convince others. He simply stopped fueling the old story. He put the old maps away. Every day he sat on the cliffs looking not at the limit of the coral ridge, but at the possibilities the currents were whispering. In his mind, he began to draw a new map, one with no void-only potential islands. By withdrawing his belief from the limitation, he weakened its energetic structure in his own world. This new inner certainty gave him courage. He gathered a small crew not by promising gold, but by sharing his curiosity and his faith in a new possibility. As their ship approached the Great Coral Ridge, the energy field of collective fear was still there, thick and cold. But because their captain, the guide for the crew's collective perception, no longer resonated with it, its power was diminished. They passed through, and on the other side there was no abyss or monsters, only a chain of lush, fertile islands, a whole new world. Finian hadn't broken a physical barrier. He had dissolved an energetic construct by withdrawing his belief from it. He had awakened from the consensus dream, and in doing so redrew reality for his entire kingdom. In a remote valley lived a family known as the Seraphinas. Her clan, once glorious, had been in decline for centuries. A deep-seated belief had taken root in both the family and those around them. Their bloodline was cursed with misfortune. Every failed business venture, every illness, every missed opportunity was attributed to this curse. The curse was no longer an event. It had become their identity. They lived in resigned acceptance, constantly using their focus to find evidence that the curse was real, thereby making it ever more solid. Seraphina was a bright and passionate young woman, but every time she tried to start something new, the curse would operate. A business partner would suddenly fall ill, a freak storm would ruin her goods, She felt trapped in an invisible prison, a story written long ago. Her mind was constantly projecting the movie of the curse onto the screen of reality, and her belief was the energy source for that projector. One night, reading through old ancestral diaries, Serafina found no evidence of a sorcerer or a magical hex. Instead, she read the words of a great-great-grandmother after a terrible tragedy. "I feel as if this line is cursed by fate." It was a lament born of pain, a temporary feeling, but over generations it had been frozen into an absolute truth. A flash of insight struck Serafina. The curse was not a spell, it was an inherited belief program, and if it was a program, it could be uninstalled. She began a process of deliberate deprogramming. First, she named it the misfortune program. Second, she traced its origin not to magic, but to one person's pain. Third, and most importantly, she began to withdraw her energy. Every time the feeling of fear or the thought of the curse arose, she would tell herself, "This is just the echo of an old story. It is not my truth. I withdraw my energy from this program." She stopped talking about the curse. She stopped looking for evidence of it. And into the vacuum she had created, she planted a new seed of belief. "My bloodline is blessed with resilience and prosperity." She began to actively look for the smallest proofs that this new belief was true, a successful negotiation, a flower blooming in the garden. Gradually, as the old energetic structure was starved and the new one was nourished, Serafina's reality began to shift. Her projects succeeded, her health improved. She didn't just change her own destiny, she broke the collective hypnosis for her entire clan. She had proven that the most powerful limitations are those held in place by belief. The universal law, the architecture of belief. The barriers, limitations, and states of lack you experience in your life are not fixed truths of the universe. They are not walls of stone. They are walls woven from mist, condensed and solidified by the power of belief, both your own and the collective's. The ordinary reality we inhabit is in effect a state of collective hypnosis, a consensus dream about what is and is not possible. These rules are passed down through generations and accepted without question, but they have no solid foundation in the quantum field of infinite potential. Your mind acts as a projector, and your core beliefs are both the film and the power source. Your consciousness constantly projects these beliefs onto the three-dimensional screen of reality. A limitation only exists and seems real as long as you keep the projector running, that is, as long as you keep pouring your belief focus and emotion into it. You do not need to fight, smash, or struggle against these walls of limitation. That only makes them seem more real. The most effective way for them to vanish is to stop fueling them. By withdrawing your belief and focus from a limitation, you cause its energetic structure to lose stability. It will automatically dissolve back into pure potential, like an image on water that disappears when you stop disturbing the surface. Breaking this hypnotic spell is a methodical process. It involves identifying a limiting program, tracing its origin, consciously dissolving it with your intent, and most importantly, planting a new seed of limitless belief into the newly created vacuum. Practical exercise: dissolving an invisible wall. This is a 5-step process to deprogram a limiting belief and reprogram a new reality. Step 1. Name the wall. Identify the program, sit quietly, and choose one specific limiting belief that is impacting your life. For example, "I never have enough money," "I am unworthy of love," or "I'm not good enough to succeed." Write it down on paper. This brings it from the invisible into the visible. Step 2. Trace the energy, find the source. Look at the sentence you just wrote and ask yourself honestly, where did this belief come from? Was it from a parent's words, a past failure, a message from society? Realizing it's just an installed program from an external source, not your essential nature, is the first step in reclaiming your power. Step 3. Withdraw the energy. Unplug the power source. Close your eyes and visualize this limiting belief as a structure in front of you, a wall, a chain, a dark cloud. Then place your hand on your heart and say with authority, silently or aloud, with full consciousness and intent, I withdraw all of my energy and belief from this structure. I no longer fuel it. It is no longer my reality. Visualize the structure becoming faint, transparent, and dissolving into thin air. Step 4. Plant the new seed reprogram. The vacuum you've just created is fertile ground. You must immediately plant a new seed. Create a new affirmation that is the complete opposite of the old belief. For example, prosperity flows to me from all directions. I am a magnet for loving and respectful relationships. All of my talents are used to create brilliant success. Step 5. Nourish the new belief. Look for evidence. This is the reinforcement step. For the next 24 hours, actively look for the smallest pieces of evidence that your new belief is true. A friend buys you a coffee, proof of prosperity. A stranger smiles at you, proof of lovability. Actively looking for proof trains your brain to focus on the new reality, feeding it energy and making it your default state. Chapter 6. The leap into the creative void. In all the kingdom there was no architect greater than Master Valerius. His bridges and cathedrals were marvels of engineering built upon calculations precise to the millimeter, flawless designs, and absolute control over every stone. For him, greatness was born from meticulous planning. The rational mind was the god he worshipped. Then he was given a seemingly impossible task to build the Bridge of 1,000 Arches across the Howling Gorge, a place infamous for its erratic winds and mysterious mists. For the first time in his life, Valerius's genius failed him. Every foundation he laid was swept away by flash floods. Every load-bearing structure he designed was rattled by winds that no formula could predict. His rational mind, his most powerful tool, was suddenly useless against the chaos of nature. He stood on the brink of failure and disgrace. In his despair, Valerius went alone to the gorge's edge. An old stonemason who had worked with the rock of this gorge his entire life quietly approached him. "Master," the old man said, his voice a low rasp, "you are trying to force the bridge onto the gorge. You must ask the gorge where it wants the bridge to be." That simple sentence shattered Valerius's entire worldview. He realized that his effort to measure and control the infinite variables of the gorge was the very cause of his failure. His attempt to force the infinity of nature into the finite box of his design had created resistance. That night, Valerius gathered all his perfect blueprints, the fruit of months of intellectual labor, and burned them in a bonfire. It was a ritual, an act of surrender, a leap of faith into the unknown. He decided to stop imposing his will and start listening. The next morning, Valerius returned to the gorge without his measuring tools or calculators. He just sat in silence, observing and feeling. He saw how the mist clung to certain rock faces, how the wind flowed naturally through specific crevices. Intuition, not reason, became his guide. He began to build again, not from a predetermined plan, but in a fluid dialogue with the gorge itself. The bridge he created was unlike anything his reason could have conceived. Its arches curved in unexpected lines, its foundations rested in seemingly bizarre locations, but it was extraordinarily solid. It was a work of art born from the collaboration between human intention and the wisdom of the universe. Valerius had learned that the greatest works are not those imposed upon reality, but those that are allowed to arise from it. The surrender of his reason was his most powerful creative act. In a royal garden, a young botanist named Elina was entrusted with a single seed. It was the last seed of the star-bloom tree, a mythical plant whose flowers were said to shine like constellations. The king gave her 1 year to make it sprout. Elina applied all her knowledge. She calculated the perfect pH for the soil. The precise amount of sunlight down to the minute, the volume of water down to the drop. She controlled every variable she could think of. She measured the seed's progress daily, sometimes hourly, but for months the seed lay dormant in its perfect pot under perfect conditions. It wasn't dead, but it wasn't alive either. Elina's anxiety grew. She didn't realize that her constant act of measuring and observing, born from a fear of failure, was creating an energy field of constriction and pressure around the seed. She was trying to define a potential with her reason, and in doing so had collapsed its infinite field of possibility into a single reality stillness. Her grandmother, a wise gardener, saw her granddaughter's anguish. "My dear," she said, "a seed does its most important work in the darkness, in the silence, in the unknown. Your constant observation is like a sun that never sets. It gives the seed no space to become itself. You must trust the void." Heeding the advice, Elina did something that felt insane for a scientist. She took the precious pot to a hidden corner of the garden, dug a hole, and placed the entire pot into the earth. She covered it with soil, hiding it from her sight. She had surrendered. She had planted her seed in the void of trust. She stopped measuring, stopped checking, stopped worrying. She completely released control. It was that moment of suspension in the space between sowing and sprouting. Weeks later, when she had almost forgotten about it, she felt a strange pull one morning toward that corner of the garden. And there, a tiny, magically shimmering sprout had pushed its way through the soil. Freed from the pressure of rational observation, enveloped in the trust of the void, the seed finally had the space to obey the divine command within it. Elina learned that true growth comes not from control, but from trust in the invisible process. The universal law. The paradox of surrender. The rational mind is an excellent servant, but a terrible master. The attempt to use it to calculate, analyze, and control every variable of life is the very act of drawing a finite cage and locking yourself inside, while the universe is by its nature infinite. When you try to measure and define a potential, you collapse its infinite field of possibilities. The certainty you seek with your intellect is the very thing that prevents the extraordinary manifestations and unexpected solutions the universe is always ready to provide. True creative power is not found in what you already know, nor is it found at the destination. It is found in the space in between, in the suspended moment of pure trust, after you have released the old and before the new has yet formed. The leap of faith into the unknown is not a blind act. It is a deliberate creative act, an invitation for the universe to present possibilities far beyond the imagination of the rational mind. In the quantum paradox of life, giving up the effort to control everything grants you the greatest power. Surrenders in this context is not failure or giving up. It is the ultimate form of strength, a profound act of trust in a greater intelligence at work. It is when you allow an infinite field of possibility to guide, support, and carry you to new and better realities than your rational mind could ever conceive. Practical exercise. Planting a seed in the void. This exercise helps you practice the art of conscious surrender and trust in a greater intelligence. Step 1. Identify the issue to release. Choose one issue, goal, or situation in your life that you have been trying to overanalyze and control and where you feel stuck. E.g., finding a new job, healing a relationship, a stalled creative project. Step 2. Write out the rational plan. Take a sheet of paper and write down all the worries, step-by-step plans, and solutions your rational mind has devised for this problem. Write down everything you think you should do. This is how you honor the mind's effort. Step 3. The ritual of release, the leap. Now perform a symbolic ritual. Take that piece of paper, read it one last time, and say aloud, "I have done all that my reason can do. I now release control. I entrust this outcome to an intelligence greater than my own. I trust the process." Then either tear up the paper, burn it safely, or fold it and put it away where you will not see it for some time. Step 4. Live in the void of trust. For the next 24 to 72 hours, commit to not thinking about the problem anymore. Whenever your mind starts to worry or try to plan again, gently tell it is being handled. And instead, focus on the feeling of relief and freedom from having shed the burden of control. Breathe and live in that empty space. Step 5. Listen and receive. Once you have created the void, be open to receiving. Pay attention to synchronicities, sudden ideas that pop into your head while you're on a walk, an unexpected phone call, or a solution that appears from an unforeseen direction. Your surrender has opened the door for quantum grace to enter, bringing with it answers that your rational mind could never have found on its own. Chapter 7. Facing the Quantum Mirror. Long ago, there was a king named Morian. He inherited a prosperous kingdom where the rivers flowed with fish and the fields were always a shimmering gold. But in the king's heart, there was a perpetual winter. A past betrayal had planted in him the seeds of suspicion and distrust. He believed in no one's loyalty from his closest servant to his most powerful general. And as suspicion reigned in the king's heart, the kingdom began to decay. It didn't happen overnight, but like a silent disease. The royal ministers, sensing the king's distrust, began to speak in platitudes and hide the truth to protect themselves. The merchants, seeing deceit everywhere, began to cheat one another. The land itself seemed to grow barren, the crops stunted. The kingdom, once a symphony of prosperity, was now a discordant tune of decay. The king did everything in his power to stop the collapse. He issued harsher laws, replaced his entire council, and built higher walls. But the more he tried to wipe and polish the reflection in the mirror, the more distorted and ugly it became. Because he did not realize he was trying to change the mirror instead of changing the face looking into it. One day, in a fit of rage, the king blamed everyone for the kingdom's decline. Only the court jester, the one person permitted to speak the truth under the cloak of madness, stepped forward in silence. He said nothing. He simply held up a polished silver plate before the king's face. "Your Majesty," the jester said, his voice clear, "you spend a lifetime wiping the smudges from the kingdom, yet have never looked at the face that creates them." Looking into his own tired and suspicious eyes in the silver plate, King Morian finally understood. The kingdom was not betraying him, it was reflecting him perfectly. The problem wasn't out there, it was in here. From that day, the king began a different journey. He did not issue more laws, but practiced trust. He did not build more walls, but meditated on forgiveness. He healed the wound in his own heart. And as the king's inner world slowly turned from winter to spring, his kingdom was miraculously reborn. Honest ministers emerged. The harvests grew bountiful. The king had learned the ultimate lesson: to rule a kingdom, one must first rule the kingdom within. In a small village, there lived a weaver named Lena. She was a woman of good intentions. Every day she sat at her loom with a conscious desire to weave vibrant, joyful tapestries to bring herself prosperity. She chose the brightest spools of wool, and as she wove, she silently repeated affirmations of abundance. And yet her tapestries never sold for a high price. There was always something subtly wrong, an almost imperceptible detail. A thread of brilliant gold would be marred by a single strand of sad gray. A joyful pattern would be slightly misaligned, creating an indescribable sense of unease in the viewer. Lena resented fate, blaming the quality of the wool or the taste of her customers. She couldn't understand why her positive intentions failed to produce corresponding results. She sought out a blind old seer who lived in the mountains. The old woman did not touch the tapestries. She simply asked Lena to sit and speak of her first weaving teacher. Lena recalled the image of her mother toiling at the loom to support the family after her father had left. Her mother, a woman who always struggled, would often sigh and say, "Life is a relentless struggle, my child. Every thread is a worry, and true security never lasts." In that moment, Lena began to cry. She realized it. The mirror of reality was not reflecting her conscious affirmations. It was reflecting a much deeper and more powerful subconscious belief, a program installed since childhood: labor is struggle and prosperity is unattainable. That belief, like an invisible thread, was automatically woven into every one of her creations, neutralizing all the brightly colored threads on the surface. The truth set her free. Lena returned to her loom, but with a new ritual. Before she began to weave, she closed her eyes. She did not think of prosperity. She felt safety. She felt ease. She placed a hand on her heart and said, "Every thread I weave is a thread of serenity and abundance." She was overwriting the old program. Gradually, her creations changed. The invisible flaws vanished, replaced by a palpable energy of harmony and peace. And for the first time, her tapestries were not just beautiful, they were healing. They began to bring her the prosperity she had always desired, not because she had changed her technique, but because she had rewoven the tapestry within her own soul. The universal law, the world as you are. The outer world is not an independent objective entity separate from you. It operates as a sophisticated quantum mirror, a perfect feedback mechanism that reflects with precision and without judgment what is happening in your inner world. You do not see the world as it is. You see the world as you are. What you experience, the people you meet, the situations you face is not the fixed nature of reality. It is the collapse of the infinite field of potential into a version compatible with your own state of consciousness and vibrational frequency. A person who carries suspicion within will only find traitors. A person who carries love will find friends everywhere. This mirror reflects more than just your fleeting conscious thoughts. It digs deeper, reflecting the powerful currents of the subconscious core beliefs programmed in childhood silent expectations and repeating emotional patterns. These are the true invisible hands that sculpt your world. Therefore, any attempt to change external circumstances without changing your internal state is like trying to change your reflection by wiping the mirror. It is futile and exhausting. The only path to lasting and profound transformation in your world is to work with the source object, the energy field, and the programs operating within you. Stop fighting the reflection. Instead, use it as your most honest and powerful diagnostic tool. The things you dislike in your outer world are your most loyal guides, pointing you to the parts within yourself that are calling for attention and healing. Practical exercise: reading the messages from the mirror. This exercise helps you use your external reality as a feedback tool to discover and change your inner world. Step 1. Identify a smudge on the mirror. Identify one recurring situation or pattern in your life that causes you discomfort. Describe it as objectively as possible. For example, my relationships often end abruptly. I am frequently overlooked for promotions, or I always struggle financially at the end of the month. Step 2. Translate the reflection. Now play the role of a translator. See this external situation as a sentence written in symbolic language. Your job is to translate it into a sentence about a subconscious belief. Ask yourself this powerful question: if this situation were a perfect reflection, what deep-seated belief inside of me is it reflecting? Relationships ending abruptly might translate to, deep down, I believe I am unworthy of lasting love, or I am afraid of true intimacy. Being overlooked by superiors might translate to, deep down, I don't truly believe in my own value and competence. Step 3. Accept the message with gratitude. Instead of feeling bad about the newly discovered belief, place your hand on your heart and say, "Thank you to the mirror of reality for illuminating this for me. Thank you for showing me where healing is needed." This act transforms you from a victim into a powerful researcher. Step 4. Calibrate the source object. Once you've identified the subconscious belief, the source object, create a new belief, a new source object to place before the mirror. Write a powerful present tense affirmation. For example, I am worthy and ready for a lasting, committed love. Or, my talents and value are always recognized and rewarded generously. Step 5. Feel the new reality. Close your eyes and spend 2 to 3 minutes feeling this new belief as true. What does it feel like to be in a committed, loving relationship? What does it feel like to be recognized and respected? Let that emotion fill your body. This is the act of calibrating the source object. When you change the source object, the mirror has no choice but to reflect the new image. Trust this process and watch your world begin to change. Chapter 8. Navigating the timeless flow in the capital city. Master Theron was a watchmaker without equal. His life, much like the timepieces he created, was governed by an unshakable belief. Time was a straight line, a relentless march from a sealed-off past to an unknowable future. He was a prisoner of his past. A mistake made years ago had led to the ruin of his best friend, and that memory cast a shadow of regret over his every present moment. One day, the king summoned him to repair the celestial chronometer, an ancient and mysterious timepiece atop the highest tower which had long ceased to function. It was said that it did not just measure time, but harmonized its flow. When Theron opened the machine, he was astonished. Inside, there were no gears or springs. It was a complex matrix of crystals and paper-thin metal discs, all silent. His entire knowledge of linear mechanics was useless. As he stood baffled, an old woman, the keeper of the tower, quietly approached him. "You are trying to fix a single wave in a river," she said. "You must see the entire river at once." She guided him to sit close his eyes and take a journey in his awareness. Instead of standing within the stream of his life weighed down by the past, he was guided to gently float above it. From this high vantage point, his life was no longer a line. It was a vast tapestry. And his past mistake was not an indelible ink stain. It was just one dark thread among countless others. "From here, from this present moment," the old woman whispered, "send light to that dark thread. Do not wish to change the event. Change its meaning. Forgive the young Theron of that day. Send love to the memory of your friend." Following her words, Theron focused all the energy of compassion and understanding in his heart and sent it through time to that very moment of suffering. He wasn't trying to change what had happened. He was changing the energy surrounding it. And as he did, a miracle occurred. The burden he had carried for years suddenly vanished. He felt light. He turned back to the celestial chronometer, and now he understood. It didn't operate by mechanics. It operated by harmony. With his own timeline newly restructured, he placed his hands on the machine. The crystals began to hum and emit a soft glow. The chronometer was working again. Theron had learned that to heal time, one must first step out of it. On a mountainside village lived a young oracle named Cassandra. She possessed a terrifying gift. She could see the future, but she saw only a single path, a reality that seemed predestined. She saw a great fire that would consume the harvest and plunge the village into a deadly winter. She warned the elders, but her vision was so certain and fear-filled that it paralyzed them. They saw it as an apocalyptic prophecy, not a warning. They began to despair, and their very passivity made that dark future even more certain. Cassandra was trapped as a helpless spectator to a coming tragedy, swept away by a timeline she despised. In her anguish, she fled to the mountains and met a hermit. "You are looking at a single stream flowing toward a waterfall," the hermit said. "But from a higher mountain you would see 100 other streams. You are not a messenger of doom. You are a gardener of possibilities. Stop watering the seed of fire with your own fear." The hermit taught her how to enter the present moment, the fertile soil where all seeds of the future are sown. He instructed her not to fight the vision of the fire, but to focus all her energy on creating a new, more powerful vision. Cassandra returned to the village, This time she did not speak of fire. She gathered the people and led them in a collective act of creation. She asked them to close their eyes. "Feel the joy of a bountiful harvest," she said, her voice filled with conviction. "Smell the damp earth after a healing rain. Hear the laughter of our children playing safely among full granaries." She helped them to collectively seed a new possibility, a new timeline into the potential field of the future from the single power point of the now. The village's energy shifted. Hope replaced fear. Inspired, they took action, clearing brush, digging more irrigation channels. Weeks later, a lightning bolt did indeed strike a dry tree, but the fire was quickly extinguished by the prepared villagers. The disaster was averted. Cassandra learned that the future was not a destiny to be predicted, but a garden to be consciously cultivated from the soil of the present. The universal law. The eternal soil of the present. The concept of time as a rigid linear flow from an unchangeable past to an unreachable future is one of the greatest illusions of human perception. On a quantum level, time is not a prison. It is a block of clay. It is a fluid field of energy, malleable, stretchable, and responsive to your focus and state of consciousness. All of your power, all of your creative ability is located in one single point, the eternal moment of now. The past and future are not distant territories. They exist as quantum fields of potential, and all of them can be accessed and influenced from the single control center of the present. Because the past is just an energetic structure held in place by memory and emotion, you can absolutely heal it. By sending the energy of forgiveness and love from the present into a past event, you are changing its energetic structure. This change automatically restructures the beliefs and circumstances that followed, creating a new present and future. Similarly, you can seed the potentials of a desired reality into the future's potential field. As long as you stand in the stream of time, you are its passive experiencer. To master time, you must become its observer. By shifting your awareness to a higher vantage point, you can see the entire flow as a whole. From this perspective, you are no longer a victim of time, but its navigator. Your intentional conscious energy can travel through time to heal, restructure, and create. Practical exercise: healing a wound on the timeline. This is a powerful act of changing the energy of a past event, thereby releasing its burden on your present. Step 1. Identify the energetic wound. Choose a specific memory from your past that still brings you feelings of regret, shame, or sadness when you think of it. Note: if this is a major trauma, please do this with professional support. Start with something smaller. This is your dark thread. Step 2. Step out of the flow. Sit quietly and close your eyes. Imagine the timeline of your life as a glowing ribbon of light stretching out before and behind you. Now imagine your awareness gently lifting off, detaching from the ribbon and floating in a space above it. From here, you can look down upon your entire life with an eye of compassion and wisdom. Step 3. Locate the source event from this safe observational perch. Ask to see the point on the ribbon that corresponds to that painful memory. You will see a scene which includes a younger version of yourself. Remember, you are the observer, not the participant. Step 4. Send healing energy through time. This is the creative act. From the heart of your present self, who is wiser and stronger, send a beam of golden or rose gold light down into that scene. Let this light envelop the younger version of you. Silently tell that person the words they most needed to hear. At that time, you did the best you could with what you knew. I am here with you. You are safe. You are forgiven. You are unconditionally loved. Step 5. Observe the restructuring. As you continue to send this healing energy, watch as the dark thread on your ribbon of life begins to change. It may grow brighter or change to a golden color. At the same time, notice the sensations in your body in the present. You may feel a weight being lifted, a sense of release in your chest or shoulders. Trust that the shift at the energetic level is complete. Thank yourself and return to your present awareness, knowing you have just restructured your past. Chapter 9. Calibrating the Soul's Broadcasting Station. On a rugged cliff where the sea roared, there lived a lighthouse keeper named Silas. For years he performed his duties like a machine. He polished the lens and filled the lamp with oil, but his heart was cold and full of bitterness. He resented his solitude, his distance from the mainland, and the sorrow of a life he considered wasted. During this period of inner turmoil, strange things happened. The light from the lighthouse, while still physically bright, seemed weak and flickering to ships in the distance. The fog seemed to gather more thickly and frequently around the cliff. Several ships ran aground on the nearby reefs, a rare occurrence before. Silas was unaware that he was not just operating a lamp. He was an energy broadcasting station, and the chaotic, bitter signal from his heart was being transmitted 24/7. That signal was attracting a corresponding reality toward him: obscurity, confusion, and peril. One night, an old sea captain whose life had been saved by that very lighthouse years ago paid him a visit. He didn't speak of the lamp's mechanics. He told Silas what it meant to seafarers. It was hope, it was safety, it was the promise of home. And then he said a sentence that changed Silas's life. The light that shines from this tower can only be as strong as the light in the keeper's heart. Silas was stunned. He realized he had spent his life polishing the outer glass, while letting the inner lamp become covered in the soot of resentment. From that day on, Silas began a new ritual. As he polished the lens, he also cleansed his soul. As he poured oil into the lamp, he also poured gratitude into his heart. He thought of the lives he was protecting. He felt the pride and meaning in his work. He had deliberately changed the frequency his station was sending out from lonely and bitter to safety, hope, and clarity. And as Silas's inner frequency changed, the outer reality was compelled to respond. The light from the lighthouse seemed to take on a new vitality, warmer and more piercing. The fog lifted. Ships passed by safely. The lighthouse became a legend. Silas had learned that he was not a victim of his circumstances. He was the living magnet who had drawn that situation to himself. In a glamorous city, there was a harpist named Kalia. She possessed a masterful technique, but her life was a jarring symphony of chaos. Her inner world was constantly filled with anxiety about money, about her reputation, about the future. She was a broadcasting station constantly transmitting a signal of insecurity and disorder, and the universe, with absolute precision, sent her a corresponding reality. Her harp strings constantly snapped for no apparent reason. She was always late for appointments due to random incidents on the road. Her apartment was in a perpetual state of disarray, with things frequently getting lost or broken. Her life was a series of frustrating interruptions, a perfect reflection of the discord in her own energy field. Desperate, she sought out a reclusive Zen master. The master did not ask her to play the harp. He asked her to sit and hum a single note. "Your instrument is not the harp," he said. "You are the instrument, and it is terribly out of tune." He taught her a simple method. Every morning, before doing anything else, she would sit quietly and hum a low, steady note, feeling its vibration in her chest. The goal wasn't to create a beautiful sound, but a stable vibration. He also instructed her while humming to visualize a deep indigo color, the color of stillness, filling her entire being. At first, it was difficult, but Kalia persisted. Day by day, she learned to hold a stable inner frequency. And as harmony was established within the chaos, without began to dissolve. Her strings no longer snapped. She arrived at her appointments with ease. A sense of order and peace began to permeate her living space. By deliberately recalibrating the instrument of her own soul, she had compelled the universe to play a more melodic and harmonious tune for her life. The universal law, the law of vibrational matching. You are not a solid, separate entity. You are an energy broadcasting station operating non-stop. Your energy field, comprised of the sum total of your thoughts, emotions, and subconscious beliefs, is emitting a signature vibrational signal into the quantum field 24/7. The universe operates on a simple and absolute principle, the law of vibrational matching. It does not judge your signal as good or bad. It simply matches. Like a radio tuned to a specific frequency, it can only pick up the songs on that station. It automatically arranges and brings to you the people, circumstances, and experiences that are a precise vibrational match to the signal you are broadcasting. You are a living magnet. You do not pursue what you want. You attract what you are energetically. The chaos or order in your environment is not random. It is a direct reflection of the harmony or discord within you. A life full of interruptions and frustrations often reflects a dissonant inner energy field. Conversely, a life of order, harmony, and flow is the result of a clear and stable inner frequency. The good news is you are not a victim of your current frequency. You are the conductor. You can deliberately calibrate your own broadcasting station. Through conscious practices, you can change the signal you send out. When you learn to stabilize at a new, more desirable frequency, the universe has no choice but to respond by sending you matching experiences. Practical exercise. Daily frequency calibration. This is a brief but powerful exercise to start your day as a conscious broadcaster. Step 1. Choose your station's frequency for the day. As soon as you wake up, before you reach for your phone or worry about your to-do list, decide what frequency you want to broadcast on today. Choose a single word. For example, peace, joy, clarity, gratitude. Step 2. Activate with sound humming. Sit comfortably with a straight back. Begin to hum a low, steady note, and or sound. Don't try to make it sound pretty. Try to create a stable vibration that you can feel distinctly in your chest and throat. Do this for about 1 minute. This is the physical act of creating a stable baseline frequency. Step 3. Charge with color visualization. While continuing to hum, visualize a color that corresponds to your chosen frequency. Perhaps a cool blue for peace, a brilliant yellow for joy, or a rich emerald green for gratitude. Imagine this color filling every cell in your body, pushing out any murky energy. Step 4. Lock the frequency with emotion. Feeling still humming and visualizing now, focus on evoking the feeling of that frequency. What does peace actually feel like? What is the sensation of pure joy? Let that emotion spread and become your state of being. This is the most critical step. It locks the new frequency into your energy field. Step 5. Broadcast with intention. After about 2 to 5 minutes, take 1 deep breath. As you exhale, imagine you are sending this calibrated frequency, the vibration of the sound, the energy of the color, and the power of the emotion out from your heart, radiating throughout your room, your home, and your world like ripples of light. You have just set the dominant frequency for your day. Observe how the universe responds. Chapter 10. The Creator's Sacred Chamber. In a remote valley lived a legendary smith named Kalin. He did not forge iron or steel. He was a dream forger, one who could create tangible objects directly from thought. Many apprentices sought him out, sitting for hours daydreaming of gleaming swords and precious gems, but all they could ever produce were wisps of smoke that quickly dissipated. One day, a young man named Reese arrived. Reese had a vivid imagination. He could see a perfect sword in his mind, sharp and shining, but when he tried to bring it out of the forge of thought, nothing happened. He grew frustrated, believing he lacked the innate magic. His mind was filled with desire and anxiety. It was scattered and incoherent. That was the difference between daydreaming and quantum creation. Seeing Reese's sincerity, Master Kalin decided to teach him the real lesson. He didn't teach Reese how to see the sword more clearly. He taught him how to prepare the space in which that seeing occurs. He led Reese into an empty circular room, a physical simulation of an inner workshop. This was their ritual. They lit a single candle to focus their concentration. They performed a series of slow breaths to alter their state of consciousness. "Now," Kalen said, his voice a low hum, "don't just see the sword, become it. What is the sound it makes when drawn from its sheath? Feel its weight in your palm. Feel the cold of the steel. Smell the oil used to polish it." Kalen compelled Reese to build the blueprint with all of his senses. When the image was vividly alive, Kalen continued, "Now feel its purpose. Feel the courage, honor, and justice it represents. Let that emotion fill you." That was the step of charging the blueprint with energy. Finally, Kalen instructed Reese to hold that multi-sensory, emotionally charged image steady, with no more wanting, no more doubt. He simply held it in a state of calm coherence. And as Reese held that complete thought form steady, within the sacred space of his mind, the air before him began to shimmer. Slowly and unbelievably, the sword began to form out of thin air, glittering in the candlelight before falling to the stone floor with a solid clang. Reese had learned that the magic was not in the image, but in the state of the creator and the integrity of the blueprint within the soul's creative chamber. In a village of silk weavers, there lived an artisan named Elara. She had a secret ambition to weave a tapestry that not only had the image of a lavender field, but that would also emanate the true scent of lavender. She had tried every method her reason could devise. She used threads dyed in floral essences. She sewed small sachets of herbs into the back of the tapestry, but the results were clumsy simulations. The scent was faint and faded quickly. She was trying to add a property to a finished object instead of architecting that property from the beginning. She sought out a sage who lived in the forest. "You are trying to add fragrance to the cloth," the sage said. "You must weave the fragrance into every thread on the loom of your mind before you ever touch the physical loom." The sage taught Elara how to create a sacred weaving room in her consciousness. Every morning before entering her workshop, Elara would sit quietly and burn a sprig of dried lavender, a ritual to define her intention. In her meditation, she didn't just see the final tapestry. She went through the entire creative process in her inner world. She felt the softness of each thread. She heard the clack-clack of the shuttle. And most importantly, as she wove each line in her mind, she would breathe deeply and vividly, sense the rich, pure aroma of lavender flooding the space. She combined the detail of the image, the realness of the sensation, and the peaceful emotion the scent brought her into a unified whole. Only after weeks of this inner practice did Elara begin to weave the physical tapestry. But now her hands moved with a different certainty. Her state of consciousness had changed. She was merely executing a blueprint that was already complete and real on an energetic level. When she cut the finished tapestry from the loom, the entire room was filled with the strong, enchanting, and lasting scent of fresh lavender. The fragrance emanated from the very fabric of the cloth. She had succeeded in encoding a sensory attribute into physical matter by first architecting it perfectly in the sacred chamber of her mind. The universal law, the quantum creation formula. Deep within the consciousness of every person lies not an empty void, but a sacred creation chamber. This is an inner workshop, a space where thought ceases to be a vague notion and becomes a detailed blueprint, a quantum directive for physical reality. The power of a visualization lies not in the image itself, but in the state of consciousness from which it arises. A visualization created from a state of calm, focused coherence has exponentially more power to shape reality than 1,000 wistful daydreams born from a scattered and anxious mind. To turn a mental image into a powerful quantum command, you must go beyond merely seeing it. You must build it holistically and experience it with all your senses. An effective visualization is composed of three indispensable elements: detail plus emotion plus coherence. Exquisite detail provides a clear blueprint for the universe. Emotional resonance charges the blueprint with energy and life. Coherence, mind and heart aligned, transmits the signal steadily without the static of doubt or fear. Creating a deliberate ritual to enter your creation chamber is not superfluous. It is a powerful act that shifts your state of consciousness from the mundane to the sacred, signaling to both your subconscious and the universe that important work is being done. Practical exercise: entering your creation chamber. This exercise will guide you in entering your inner creative space and effectively using the creation formula. Step 1. Establish your ritual. Create the gateway. Create a simple, brief ritual that you repeat each time you practice. It could be lighting a candle, listening to a piece of instrumental music, or simply sitting in a specific chair and taking 3 deep, intentional breaths. This ritual is the key that opens the door to your creation chamber. Step 2. Build your chamber. After performing your ritual, close your eyes and visualize your own personal creation space. What does it look like? Perhaps it's a quiet library, a workshop filled with the smell of wood, a garden in the clouds, or the bridge of a starship. Take a moment to add details that make you feel safe, powerful, and inspired. This is your creative headquarters. Step 3. Draft the multisensory blueprint. Now decide on one specific thing you wish to create: a new opportunity, a healthy body, a harmonious relationship. Inside your chamber, begin to build it with all your senses: sight. See it with the clearest colors, light, and shapes. Sound. Are there any accompanying sounds? A laughter, ocean waves, peaceful silence, touch, feel it. Is it hot or cold, soft or hard, heavy or light? Smell and taste. Does it have a scent? What does the air around it smell like? Step 4. Charge the blueprint. Add emotion. Once the multisensory blueprint is clear, ask yourself, what does experiencing this reality feel like? Is it joy, freedom, safety, gratitude? Let that emotion swell up and fill your being. Feel it authentically right now. Step 5. Seal and trust. Hold that image and feeling for about a minute. Then perform a symbolic act of completion, such as visualizing yourself placing the blueprint in a golden box and sending it out into the universe, or simply saying, "It is done." Finally, reverse your ritual, blow out the candle, fade the music, and return to normal consciousness, carrying the feeling of the wish fulfilled, but releasing all attachment to how or when it will arrive. Chapter 11. The vibrational bridge of breath. In a coastal village where treacherous cliffs met the sea, there lived a pearl diver named Mara. Like all other divers, she was taught to hold her breath through sheer will and muscle power, a method of strain and endurance. It turned every dive into a gamble with death, a task that drained her both physically and mentally. Whispers circulated about the heart of the ocean, a legendary giant pearl lying deep within an underwater cave that no one had ever reached. The cave was too deep, the currents too strong. Attempting to reach it with the old breath-holding method was suicide. Mara's own brother had tried and nearly perished. That limit seemed to be an insurmountable physical wall. An old man, once the greatest of all divers, saw Mara's desperation. He didn't teach her how to hold her breath longer. He taught her how to use her breath as a quantum tool. He guided her through a structured breathing technique, inhaling slowly and deeply, feeling as if she were drawing the ocean's energy into her body, holding the breath for a long moment, feeling a merging with the water's pressure, and exhaling even more slowly, releasing all fear and resistance. "Don't fight the ocean, child," he said. "Breathe with it. Your breath is the key that unlocks the sea's door." This was more than a physical technique. It completely altered Mara's state of consciousness. During the breath hold phase, her world changed. She no longer felt like an intruder, but a part of the water itself. Her intuition became razor sharp. Mara practiced diligently. Her dives became peaceful, deeper, and more effortless. One day, with her consciousness altered by the rhythm of her breath, she dove deeper than ever before. As she held her breath in that state of stillness, she didn't search for the cave. She felt herself being guided to it. The currents, once her enemies, now seemed to gently usher her forward. She entered the cave, found the heart of the ocean, and returned to the surface safely. She had learned that by changing her breath, she didn't just change her lung capacity, she changed her relationship with reality, turning an obstacle into an ally. Her breath had become the bridge that led her to a reality where the impossible became possible. In a city of artisans, there lived a glassblower named Finn. He was a skilled craftsman, but his works were soulless. The goblets and vases he created were technically perfect, but they were cold and lacked the inner fire, the mark of a true master. He breathed into the glass mechanically as a mere act of pushing air. In contrast, his master's creation seemed to glow from within. Finn used the same sand, the same furnace, the same tools. He couldn't understand the difference and believed there must be some secret ingredient. Finally, the master revealed the secret. It wasn't in the sand, but in the breath. "You blow air into the glass," he said. "I, however, blow light into it." He taught Finn a structured three-phase respiratory process to be performed before and during his work. Phase 1, the purifying breath, a series of short, forceful exhales through the nose with the intention of expelling all self-doubt and creative blockages. Phase 2, the energizing breath, a slow, deep inhale, visualizing himself drawing in a current of golden light from the cosmos, letting it travel through his body and gather in his chest. This was a conscious act of absorbing potential. Phase 3, the manifesting breath. When blowing into the molten glass, Finn didn't just exhale air. He visualized himself breathing out that very same accumulated golden light, infusing the glass with its energy and life. Finn began the practice. His entire creative process transformed. It was no longer a purely physical act. When he blew, he did so with focused intent, using his breath as a vehicle to transmit energy. The glass he created began to change. It caught the light in a completely new way, seeming to contain a warmth and emit a soft inner glow. Finn had learned that breath was not just a tool to shape matter, it was the vehicle for infusing matter with life. The universal law, the two-way bridge of breath, is more than a biological function. It is a sacred mechanism, a two-way vibrational bridge connecting your physical world to the invisible quantum realm. It allows you to directly interact with the universal energy field, both absorbing life force and releasing what is no longer needed. By consciously controlling the rhythm and depth of your breath, you can directly and rapidly change your vibrational frequency and state of consciousness. This allows you to create pockets of grace, spaces where reality becomes more fluid and malleable to your intent. Each rhythm of breath is a distinct quantum tool. Different ratios of inhale, hold, exhale have specific functions and produce unique effects on your energy field. There are rhythms for purification, rhythms for opening perceptual channels, and rhythms for becoming a conduit of creative energy. Every breath cycle is an opportunity to remake your entire energy field. See each inhale as a conscious act of drawing in life force and new potentials from the universal field. See each exhale as an act of releasing old energy patterns, limiting beliefs and emotions that no longer serve your growth. To harness this full power, you must move beyond automatic breathing to intentional and structured practice. Practical exercise. The three-phase respiratory process. This is a structured process for you to use your breath as an effective tool for energy mastery. Step 1. Settle in, find a quiet place, and sit with a straight, comfortable back. Set the intention that you are about to perform a deliberate act of energy work. Step 2. The cleansing phase, 1 minute. Begin by purifying your energy field. Perform a series of quick, forceful breaths. Inhale normally through your nose, then exhale forcefully and shortly through the nose, actively contracting your abdominal muscles. Repeat for about 20-30 cycles. With each exhale, visualize yourself expelling all stress, anxiety, and old stagnant energy within you. Step 3. The channeling phase, 2 minutes. Now shift to a slow, deep breath. Inhale slowly through your nose for a count of 4, feeling your belly and chest expand. As you inhale, visualize yourself drawing in a current of white or golden light from the cosmos, filling every cell. Hold your breath for 2 seconds. Then exhale very slowly through your nose for a count of 6. As you exhale, feel a sense of relaxation and expansion. Repeat this cycle. This is the act of absorbing potential and opening your perceptual channels. Step 4. The manifesting phase, 2 minutes. Continue with a rhythmic, steady breath. Choose a simple rhythm like inhale 4 seconds, hold 4 seconds, exhale 4 seconds, hold 4 seconds. While maintaining this steady rhythm, hold in your mind a single word or feeling you wish to manifest for your day, e.g., peace, creativity, and strength. Let this rhythm weave the energy of that word into the very fabric of your energy field, making it your dominant frequency. Step 5. Integrate. After you have finished, return to your normal breathing rhythm. Sit quietly for a minute, feeling the difference in your state. You have not just been breathing, you have performed a deliberate act of energetic restructuring. Carry this new state with you into your day. Chapter 12. The Frequency of Abundance. Jaron was a merchant of the desert. He was diligent and knew the trade routes well, but his business always hovered at the level of mere survival. His mind was a desert of anxiety, worry about running out of water, worry about goods spoiling, worry about not finding buyers. He did not realize that the outer desert was only a perfect reflection of the desert of scarcity within him, and the universe, as a loyal partner, brought him experiences that precisely matched that frequency. His journeys were frequently plagued by petty mishaps. He haggled fiercely for every last coin, operating from a deep-seated belief that there was not enough in the world to go around. He was broadcasting a contradictory signal. His mouth spoke of profit, but his heart screamed of lack. And the universe always listens to the heart. Once lost in a sandstorm, he was rescued by a nomadic tribe. He was astonished to see that they who lived in the harshest of conditions exuded an unusual sense of joy and abundance. The elders, seeing Jaron's anxious energy, shared their secret. "We do not seek the oasis," he said. "We become the oasis. We feel the coolness of the water in our hearts long before we see it with our eyes. You outsiders chase wealth. We allow wealth to find us." Jaron had a profound realization. He had been trying to squeeze wealth from a world he believed to be poor. The elder taught him how to live as if. Before each journey, instead of worrying, Jaron would sit quietly in his tent. He would close his eyes and vividly feel the joy of a trade that had already been magnificently successful. He felt the weight of the gold pouches, heard the satisfied laughter of his customers, and felt a deep gratitude for a safe journey. Jaron's energy changed. From a fearful hunter, he became a confident and generous trader, and as his frequency changed, his reality followed suit. He began to attract the best customers. His journeys became smooth. He had learned that prosperity was not an external condition to be achieved. It was an internal frequency to be broadcast. By becoming an energetic oasis, he found oases of opportunity everywhere. In the capital city, a woman named Isla was appointed keeper of the royal gardens, only to inherit a garden that had been barren for generations. The soil was hard, and everyone agreed it was exhausted. That was the consensus reality. Isla applied all the best techniques. She brought in new soil and used the most precious fertilizers, but the seeds still refused to sprout, or they grew into weak plants that quickly died. She was applying external solutions to a problem she believed was external, all the while her subconscious was being influenced by the despair of her predecessors. Her signal was muddled. She found an ancient book in the library that spoke not of soil or water, but of the gardener's aura. It read, "The garden does not respond to the gardener's hand. It responds to the gardener's light." She realized her goal was not to fix the garden. It was to become a lighthouse of life and abundance for it. She began a new practice. Every morning she would walk into the barren garden, but she would not look at the dry earth. She sat on a stone bench, closed her eyes, and deliberately emanated a powerful energy field of life. She visualized the garden already in its ultimate glory. She smelled the fragrant flowers, heard the buzzing of bees, and felt the deep joy of a thriving ecosystem. She was not asking the garden to grow. She was broadcasting the frequency of a garden already grown. And as she held that frequency day after day, her unwavering consciousness of abundance began to reprogram the very nature of physical reality. The soil seemed to soften. Earthworms, long absent, reappeared. The seeds she planted began to sprout with an unseen vitality. The garden wasn't just attracting life, it was becoming alive from within because it was bathed in the aura of her belief. Isla had become a lighthouse of abundance, and the garden had no choice but to respond by becoming a paradise. The universal law, the frequency of abundance. Prosperity, wealth, and abundance are not external conditions. They are an internal state, a specific vibrational frequency. Like a radio, you must be tuned to the frequency of abundance on the inside to be able to hear its music in your outer world. The universe does not respond to your words or your pleas. It responds to your authentic energetic frequency. Most people fail to attract abundance because they broadcast contradictory signals affirming wealth with their words, while their heart and nervous system are vibrating with scarcity and anxiety. The quantum field always responds to the deeper, more authentic frequency. The only way to sync with the frequency of prosperity is to practice living as if. Feel and act from a state of abundance now, regardless of your external circumstances. Think, speak, and make decisions as if wealth were already an obvious fact in your life. This unwavering consciousness will compel your outer reality to change, to match it. Your ultimate goal is not to become a hunter of wealth. It is to calibrate and amplify your own energy field, transforming yourself into a lighthouse of prosperity. This aura will then automatically and magnetically draw the necessary opportunities, resources, people, and synchronicities to you naturally and with ease. Practical exercise. Becoming a lighthouse of prosperity. This exercise is designed to help you shift from a state of seeking to a state of attracting by calibrating your frequency. Step 1. Define your prosperity frequency. Take a moment to define what abundance feels like to you beyond the concept of money. Is it the feeling of freedom, security, ease, generosity, or joy? Choose one core feeling. This is the frequency you will tune to. Step 2. Activate the as-if state. Close your eyes. Imagine if that feeling, e.g. freedom, were your 100% reality right now. How would you walk? How would you talk to others? How would you make small daily decisions from that state of freedom? Try to feel and embody that abundant version of you for a few minutes. Step 3. Calibrate the energy field, the aura. Now sit quietly and deliberately cultivate the core feeling you chose. Then visualize that feeling as a brilliant golden orb of light right in your heart center. See and feel this orb of light begin to expand, enveloping your entire body, creating an aura, a lighthouse of prosperity that is shining brightly. Step 4. Broadcast the signal. While holding the visualization of this golden aura, silently affirm, I am a lighthouse of abundance. All the resources, opportunities, and ideas I need are being drawn to me automatically and easily now. Step 5. Carry the lighthouse into life. After the exercise, open your eyes and carry the feeling of that aura with you throughout the day. When you have to face a bill, a decision, or an interaction, pause for a second, remember your radiant lighthouse, and act from that state of inner abundance, not from fear or lack. Chapter 13. The Creator's Decree. Elias was the head of the Royal Decree Office. He was a master of language, able to craft laws and proclamations with elegant style and impeccable logic. He believed the power of a decree lay in its legal authority and its clarity. But the kingdom was facing a great schism. Two powerful duchies were on the brink of civil war over a land dispute. Elias drafted one decree after another, using all his skills to propose reasonable compromises, but all were rejected. His words, though perfect, were cold and lifeless. They had no power to move hearts or change reality. In desperation, Elias sought out a retired elderly diplomat who was famous for having negotiated legendary peace treaties. She looked at his decrees and said, "These are flawless contracts, but they have no soul. A world-changing decree is not written with ink. It must be written with light." She explained that a truly powerful command is a precise vibrational formula. She showed him an old treaty she herself had written. It didn't begin with legal clauses. It began with thanks for the peace that was the kingdom's inherent nature. It described the desired state of harmony as if it already existed. And most importantly, she revealed when writing it, she hadn't just been thinking. She had closed her eyes and felt the joy of the two dukes. Shaking hands, felt the relief of the soldiers returning home. She had poured the energy of gratitude and the fulfilled state into every single letter. Elias returned to his study, but this time he did not rush to take up his pen. He performed a ritual. He lit a candle, breathed deeply, and entered a state of stillness. He did not think about peace. He felt it. Then from that state, he began to write. The words that flowed out were different, simpler, yet infused with an undeniable power and certainty. When this new decree was read before the court, something miraculous happened. The atmosphere in the room changed. The ambassadors no longer felt it was a legal demand, but an invitation to a better reality. Negotiations resumed and peace was established. Elias had learned that words are only vessels, and it is the Creator's energy poured into them that determines whether they hold power or emptiness. In a farming village, a young woman named Inara held the responsibility of a seed sower. Her job was to bless the seeds before planting with ancient chants, but for years the harvests were merely average. She recited the words mechanically, while her mind was still preoccupied with daily worries. Her words had form but lacked energy. That year a blight threatened the crops. A normal harvest would not be enough to survive. They needed a miracle. Inara chanted with all her urgency, but the fear and desperation in her heart were the dominant vibrational signals being broadcast, and the seeds responded to that fear. She went to the village wise woman. The old woman understood that Inara's anxious, conscious mind was blocking the power of the chants. She gave Inara a strange instruction. "Tonight," she said, "take a tablet of soft clay. Do not recite the chant. I want you to inscribe it, but not with the hand you are used to. Use your other hand, the hand of dreams." Writing with her non-dominant hand was slow and clumsy. It forced Inara's logical, analytical mind to fall silent. It put her into a different, deeper state of consciousness, closer to the subconscious. As she painstakingly carved each ancient symbol into the clay, the words suddenly came alive. She was no longer copying. She was truly channeling. She felt the energy of life vibrating in each character. She felt the joy of the sun and the gratitude of the earth. The next day, she placed that clay tablet in the center of the seed storehouse. And the harvest that year was extraordinarily bountiful, saving the entire village. Inara had learned that for a command to become powerful, one must sometimes silence the familiar voice of reason and let the deep voice of the soul take up the pen. The universal law, the lexicon of creation. Spoken and written words are not just tools for communication. They are a precise quantum technology formulas capable of creating specific vibrational frequencies to shape reality. The universe does not respond to vague wishes or general pleas. A request clouded by doubt gets lost as static in the quantum field. But a request that is clearly structured, coherent, and broadcast from a state of certainty is like a laser beam traveling straight to its destination and being answered with corresponding precision. The energy behind the words matters more than the words themselves. A perfect formula recited mechanically will have no power. The deciding factor is the energetic signature the words carry. Each word must be infused with the feeling of gratitude, certainty, and the state of fulfillment to activate the quantum field. An effective quantum request often has a specific structure combining these core elements: gratitude, present tense, specificity, harmony for the greater good, openness to even better outcomes, and finally, a release with absolute faith. To send your most powerful request, you need to bypass the everyday analytical mind, inducing a deeper state of consciousness and using techniques to access the subconscious will amplify your signal exponentially. Practical exercise: drafting and transmitting a quantum decree. This exercise will guide you in structuring a powerful request and sending it from an amplified state of consciousness. Step 1. Shift your state. Find a quiet place. Perform a short breathwork exercise, as in Chapter 11, or listen to a meditative track to quiet your logical mind and bring you into a receptive, relaxed state, an alpha/theta state. Step 2. Draft the decree. Take a pen and paper. Write out your request following this 5-part structure. Write slowly and feel each part. Gratitude. Begin with, I am now so grateful for receiving. Specificity. State your desire clearly in the present tense as if it were already a fact. Example, a healthy body full of energy and functioning perfectly. Greater good. Add, this occurs for my highest good and the highest good of all concerned. Openness. Add, this or something even better is now coming to me with ease. Release and trust. Conclude with, I trust completely, letting go and knowing it is done in the best possible way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Step 3. Inscribe with the non-dominant hand. Now take a new sheet of paper. Use your non-dominant hand to write out the entire decree you just drafted. Don't worry about how neat the handwriting is. This will slow you down, force you to focus, and help you bypass the filter of your conscious mind to access the subconscious directly. Step 4. Charge and transmit. After you have finished writing with your non-dominant hand, place both of your hands over the paper. Close your eyes. Read the entire decree aloud or silently one more time. As you read, feel every word. Feel the gratitude. Feel the joy of having a healthy body. Feel the absolute trust. Visualize the letters on the page glowing and becoming a beam of energy that flies straight into the cosmos. Step 5. Release completely. Fold the paper. Place it somewhere special under your pillow, in a box, and forget about it. Your work is done. The signal has been sent. Now trust that the universe is arranging everything to respond. Chapter 14. Clearing the Quantum Garden. Lorien was the keeper of the Great Hall of Memories, a colossal library where every event, judgment, and decree in the kingdom's history was recorded on parchment scrolls. For years, he believed his job was merely to preserve the past, but he noticed something strange. The kingdom seemed to be stuck in repeating cycles. Every few generations, the same kind of border dispute, the same kind of famine, the same kind of political betrayal would recur. Lorien tried to warn new kings by showing them the old scrolls, but this only seemed to make history repeat itself with even more certainty. He didn't know that the library didn't just store information. It was a colossal broadcasting station, constantly replaying the energy of past events. Every time a scroll about a war was unrolled and read with emotion, the energy of that war was reactivated and watered in the kingdom's energy field. A traveling sage visited the great hall. She did not read the scrolls. She felt the heavy, stagnant energy that permeated the place. "You are not a preserver of history," she told Lorien. "You are a warden of ghosts. These are not just words. They are living energy fields. You cannot build a new future while constantly feeding the failures of the past." She taught Lorien a cleansing ritual. He did not destroy the scrolls, but neutralize their energetic imprint. For each negative event, Lorien would perform a process first. He acknowledged the event and gave thanks for the lesson in resilience it had brought. Next, he performed a mudra, a hand gesture, to focus his intent. Then he visualized a violet flame enveloping the scroll, not burning it, but transmuting its negative energy into neutral light. Finally, he stamped it with a new seal, bearing the symbol of completion and release. As Lorien performed this ritual through room after room, the atmosphere of the library grew lighter and clearer. More importantly, the kingdom began to break free from its repeating cycles. Creative solutions to old problems began to emerge. Lorien had learned that the purpose of the past is to provide wisdom, not to be a life sentence. To create a new reality, one must first clear the energy of the old one. Magistrate Caius was a judge revered for his austerity. He was particularly harsh with debtors and those he considered lazy or deceitful. He prided himself on his high moral standards. Yet his own personal life was a financial mess. Money always seemed to slip through his fingers. Unexpected debts would appear, and his investments often failed due to the dishonesty of others. He couldn't understand the irony. He was living in the very reality that he so harshly judged in others. He didn't realize that every time he passed a harsh judgment, he was creating a clear and powerful energetic template. Debtors deserve to be punished. Deceit must be exposed. And by the impartial law of reflection, these templates were stored in his own energy field, which the universe then used to mold corresponding experiences for his life. After a severe illness, Caius was forced to retire to a remote monastery. There, an old Zen master gave him a task. He asked Caius to write down all the harshest judgments he had ever passed. The list was very long. Then the master guided him in a ritual to dissolve them. For each name on the list, Caius had to acknowledge his judgment, take responsibility for the energetic template he had created, and most importantly, deliberately send compassion to the person he had judged, visualizing the energetic cord of judgment between them dissolving into light. Finally, he affirmed a new state. "From now on, I see the world and myself through the eyes of compassion." As Caius went through this process, his health gradually improved. And more miraculously, his circumstances changed. An old debt was forgiven. A former partner sought him out to repay a loan. By pulling out the weeds of judgment from his own quantum garden, he created space for a new reality of ease and abundance to sprout. He learned that the judge's gavel always strikes at both ends, and the only way to free oneself is to free others from one's judgment. The universal law cleansing energetic imprints. Every thought, word, judgment, and action you have ever taken does not simply vanish. They are stored as energetic records or files in your personal quantum field. These imprints act as background programs, constantly broadcasting their frequencies and creating patterns of interference, weakening or neutralizing the new intentions you are trying to manifest. In particular, every time you judge another person or a situation, you are casting an energetic mold. The universe, in its impartiality, will use that very mold to shape a part of reality for you. If you judge scarcity, you will experience scarcity. If you judge betrayal, you will experience betrayal. Therefore, cleansing these old imprints is a prerequisite for clean and powerful manifestation. Attempting to plant new seeds of intention in a garden overgrown with the weeds of old programs and past judgments is a futile and exhausting endeavor. True manifesting power can only be achieved after you have consciously cleared your quantum garden. Erasing these old programs requires a deliberate ritual combining several elements: acknowledgement of the lesson tools for focusing energy like mudras, visualization, and sound, to transmute the energy and affirmation to establish a new, clean state. Practical exercise. The Quantum Garden Cleansing Ritual. This is a powerful ritual to help you cleanse an old energy pattern or judgmental imprint from your field. Step 1. Identify the weed. Identify a negative pattern that repeats in your life, e.g., always feeling taken advantage of, constant financial struggles. Then be honest with yourself and identify a judgment you frequently make about others that may be the root of this pattern, e.g., I often judge others as selfish, or I often judge wealthy people as greedy. Step 2. Enter a ritual state. Find a quiet space. Light a candle or some incense if you wish. Sit with a straight back, close your eyes, and take 3 deep breaths, setting the intention that you are about to perform a profound act of cleansing. Step 3. Perform the cleansing ritual. Acknowledge and give thanks. Say silently, I acknowledge the energy pattern of, name the pattern, judgment. I thank it for the lesson it has brought me about. Name the lesson, e.g., the need for self-love/understanding value. Focus tool mudra. Bring your hands together in front of your chest in a prayer pose, Anjali mudra. This is a mudra of reverence and union. Transmute with visualization and sound. Imagine the energy pattern, tasha judgment, as a gray cloud or a block of dark ice in front of you. Now visualize a brilliant violet flame appearing and enveloping this energy block. While holding this image, begin to hum a low, sustained sound, e.g., yay, the sound of the heart chakra. Feel the vibration in your chest and visualize the violet flame transmuting that gray energy block into a pure golden orb of light. Affirm the new state. When you feel the transformation is complete, lower your hands, place one on your heart, and affirm, my energy field is now clear and pure. All old imprints have been neutralized. I am an empty space ready for new and beautiful creations. Step 4. Integrate. Sit quietly in silence for a few minutes, feeling the lightness and clarity in your energy field. Thank yourself for having the courage to do this clearing work. Chapter 15. The Wisdom of the Sacred Pause. Celeste was an astrogator. Her mission was to guide the royal fleet on a great voyage to a new land, but the journey could only begin when a rare constellation known as the Star Path appeared in the sky. The king and his generals grew increasingly impatient. The most favorable sailing season was slipping away. Every day they pressured Celeste, demanding a schedule, a certain answer. To them, the clear nights without the desired constellation were a failure, an absurd delay. They tried to persuade her to use more common, less reliable navigation methods. They were trying to impose a human schedule on the cosmos, but Celeste understood a deeper truth. This period of waiting was not empty. It was a sacred preparation phase. Instead of anxiously scanning the sky each night, she turned the universe's silence into an opportunity. She had the crew recheck every rope, reinforce every sail. They studied the maps meticulously. Most importantly, each night she guided them in a short ritual, not to plead for the stars to appear, but to express gratitude for the safe and successful voyage that was to come. Her patience was not passive waiting. It was an active participation, a continuous act of watering the seed of intention with the energy of faith and certainty. She told the king, Your Majesty, we cannot command the stars, We can only make ourselves worthy of their guidance when they choose to reveal themselves. And then one night later than anyone had expected, but at a moment of the most perfect weather conditions, the star path appeared more brilliant and clear than ever before. Because they had used the pause wisely, the fleet was in a state of absolute readiness. The voyage was smoother than any had ever known. Celeste had learned that divine timing was not a cosmic delay. It was a gift of preparation. In his laboratory, the old alchemist Icarus was performing his life's greatest work, creating the sunstone, a stone that could hold the light and warmth of 1,000 suns. He had combined all the rare ingredients, recited the ancient incantations, and set his intention clearly. Now there was only one thing left to do: wait. His young apprentice was restless. Every day he would peek into the crucible only to see a gray, unchanging liquid. "It has failed, hasn't it, master?" he would ask, his disappointment growing. He suggested adding another ingredient or increasing the heat. He wanted to control the process to see immediate results. He could not comprehend a creative process that he could not see. Master Icarus, however, was perfectly serene. He rarely looked at the crucible. He spent his time tending his garden, reading poetry, and meditating. When the apprentice questioned his calmness, Icarus smiled. "My work was finished the day I combined the ingredients with a pure intention," he explained. "Now the work belongs to the universe. To constantly check on it is to pour the energy of doubt into it. To try to change it is to tell the universe that I do not trust its wisdom. My task now is not to control, but to hold a space of unwavering faith." The sunstone is not being made in that crucible. It is being made by the universe for that crucible. The greatest ingredient I can add at this point is my trust. It was the final and most powerful act of letting go, a complete release from the when and the how. And then one morning, long after the apprentice had given up all hope, a brilliant golden light flooded the laboratory. The gray liquid in the crucible had crystallized into a single, breathtakingly beautiful stone, radiating a gentle warmth. The sunstone was complete. It had needed a long and undisturbed gestation period, nurtured not by the heat of the furnace, but by the unwavering faith of its creator, the universal law, the wisdom of the sacred pause. The period of time in which you perceive no external signs after setting an intention is not a sign of neglect or failure. It is the silence of a master chef concentrating on preparing a magnificent banquet for you. It is the phase where the quantum field is quietly arranging countless complex variables, preparing a solid foundation for a manifestation more perfect and complete than you can imagine. Manifestation follows divine timing, not a human schedule. Attempting to force an outcome according to your will creates resistance. Wisdom lies in trusting that all things will happen at the most perfect time for the highest good of all. Quantum patience is not passive waiting. It is an active participation, the act of continuing to water the seed of your intention with the energy of faith and certainty, even when no sprout has broken the soil. Like a mighty oak tree, the deepest and most impactful desires of your life often require a longer gestation period in the quantum realm. Honor and trust this invisible process of growth. The ultimate act of faith, your greatest power during this waiting period, is to completely release control over the when and the how. By entrusting those details to the infinite wisdom of the universe, you open the space for miracles and solutions far beyond what you could have orchestrated on your own. Practical exercise. Anchoring faith in the pause. This exercise is designed to help you transform anxious waiting into an act of empowered trust. Step 1. Identify the planted seed. Think of an important intention or desire you have set that has not yet manifested and which is causing you to feel impatient or doubtful. Step 2. Write the letter of surrender. Take a piece of paper and write a short letter to the universe or source, higher intelligence, however you name it. The letter should have a similar content to this: Dear Universe, Sacred Source. I have planted the seed of my intention for state your desire clearly. I have done my part with a clear heart and a pure intent. I now completely surrender the how and the when this desire will manifest. I place my absolute trust in your infinite wisdom to arrange everything in the most perfect way. My job now is to hold the faith and maintain a frequency of gratitude and reception. I know it is being done for the highest good of all. Thank you, it is done. Step 3. Practice active watering. This letter is a ritual of release. Now you must practice active patience. Whenever you feel anxiety or doubt about your desire, instead of sinking into worry, perform this 1-minute watering action. Place a hand on your heart. Take one deep breath. Silently tell yourself, I trust the process. My seed is being nurtured. Try to evoke the feeling of gratitude and relief, as if the desire were already fulfilled. Step 4. Redirect your focus. After performing your ritual of release and having this watering tool, deliberately redirect your focus to things that bring you joy in the present moment. This demonstrates your absolute trust and removes the energy of checking and longing from the seed, allowing it to grow most naturally and powerfully in the sacred pause. Chapter 16. The Invisible Chords of the Heart. At the royal court, Master Anya was not an advisor or a judge. She was a fate weaver, a mediator whose true skill lay not in words, but in the ability to harmonize relationships. Nobles and ambassadors came to her when all negotiations had reached a dead end. Two brothers, both powerful dukes, were locked in a bitter decade-long feud over an inheritance. Their enmity was draining the resources of both their lands. They had tried legal contracts and verbal agreements, but nothing worked. The hostility only deepened. They didn't know that trying to change a relationship with external actions was like trying to untangle a skein of yarn by pulling hard on both ends. As a last resort, they came to Anya. She did not ask them to speak to each other. Instead, she had them sit in silence on opposite sides of her circular chamber. She closed her eyes. In a meditative state, she looked at the invisible energy cord connecting the two brothers. As she had expected, it was a thick, dark cord frayed and covered in the sharp thorns of old anger and pain. She began her work. She did not try to break the thorns with her energy. Instead, she visualized a soft, golden light flowing from her own heart, gently enveloping the entire cord. She used her breath to blow away the dust of past arguments. She visualized her energetic hands patiently untying each knot of misunderstanding, plucking out each thorn of resentment. She was reweaving their connection on an energetic level. As Anya performed this silent work, the two dukes sitting in the room began to feel a shift. The tension in their shoulders eased. One of them unconsciously let out a long sigh. They were feeling the release on a subconscious level. An hour later, Anya opened her eyes. She said only, "Now speak." And the first words they spoke to each other were not of accusation, but of a long-forgotten childhood memory. The energetic harmony Anya had created paved the way for emotional harmony. The feud ended not because of a new contract, but because the cord connecting them had been healed at its root. Leo was a kind-hearted merchant in a bustling marketplace. He loved to interact with people, but at the end of each day he always felt exhausted, drained, and irritable. He felt like a vessel being constantly emptied of water. He noticed a pattern. After interacting with particularly negative, complaining, or sad customers, he felt significantly worse. He didn't understand that with his wide-open empathy, he was unintentionally allowing countless small energetic cords to form. And through those cords, his life force was being siphoned away. He felt like a victim of his environment. He confided in an old woman who sold herbs. She smiled wisely. "You are like a beautiful ship that drops anchor in every port it visits," she said. "You must learn to weigh anchor at the end of the day." She taught Leo a simple ritual to perform each evening. He would sit quietly and visualize his energy field as an orb of light. He imagined countless small cords connecting him to everyone he had met that day. Some cords were bright, others were gray or dark. He silently thanked each connection. Then he visualized a pair of scissors made of white light, and with love he cut all the cords that no longer served his highest good. He saw the cut ends retract to their owners, and his own energy field became whole again. Finally, he visualized a waterfall of light washing over his entire aura. The effect was immediate. Leo still interacted with everyone with kindness, but he no longer felt drained. He had learned the difference between compassionate connection and energetic entanglement. He had become a conscious manager of his own energy field, understanding that every relationship, however fleeting, requires energetic hygiene and care. The universal law, the energetic web of relationships. Beyond physical interactions and spoken words, all relationships exist as invisible energy cords connecting your quantum field to others. The quality of the relationship, be it loving, hostile, or indifferent, is determined by the frequency and harmony of these invisible connections. Trying to change a relationship using only external actions or words without changing the underlying energy frequency is like painting over a rotting wall. Lasting harmony can only be achieved by working directly with the broadcast signal, the quantum connection between two people. Every encounter is an energy exchange. Becoming aware of this exchange is the first step to consciously managing your relationships rather than becoming a victim of them. By turning your attention inward, you can learn to diagnose the quality of your energetic connections. You can sense which cords are bright and strong, which are tangled and dark, and which need to be released. Healing and improving relationships can be done methodically through an inner practice. It involves visualizing the connections using light and breath to cleanse and untangle them, and finally seeding new positive intentions into those links. Practical exercise: healing an invisible cord. This is an inner practice to harmonize a specific relationship in your life. Step 1. Choose a connection to work on. Think of a relationship in your life that you would like to improve. It could be a relationship that is currently tense or simply one you wish to make deeper and more loving. Step 2. Enter your inner space and diagnose. Find a quiet place, close your eyes, and breathe deeply. Imagine yourself standing in your own safe space. Now invite the energetic image of the other person to appear and stand opposite you. Look at the area of your heart and the area of their heart. Imagine a cord of energy connecting the two. Without judgment, simply observe what color is the cord. Is it thick or thin, bright or dark? Is it smooth or is it tangled and thorny? Step 3. The healing process. Send gratitude. Begin by sending the energy of gratitude through this cord. Silently thank the person for their presence in your life and for the lessons this relationship has brought you. Cleanse the cord. Now visualize a brilliant stream of golden or rose quartz light flowing from your heart along the cord toward the other person. See this light gently dissolving any dark energy, untangling any knots, and healing any frayed spots on the cord. Use the breath inhale with the intention of drawing in the energy of love and understanding. As you exhale, visualize yourself breathing that healing energy along the cord, making it even brighter and stronger. Step 4. Seed a new intention. When you feel the cord has become bright and harmonious, set a new intention for this relationship. For example, I now seed this connection with the energy of understanding, respect, and sincere communication. See these words turn into light and soak into the cord. Step 5. Release with love. Thank the energetic image of the other person for participating. See them fade away peacefully, but the healed, vibrant, and strong cord remains connecting you both. Return to your normal awareness. feeling a sense of peace and trusting that the energetic work is complete. Chapter 17. Reprogramming the Blueprint of Life. In a remote valley, a strange illness had befallen the people. It caused no pain, no fever, no rash. It was a silent sickness that slowly drained a person's life force and will to live, causing them to wither away. The village physician, a learned man, had tried every herb and remedy, but all were useless. He saw the human body as a machine, and this machine was broken in some inexplicable way. Despair peaked when his own daughter contracted the illness. In his desperation, he allowed Liana, a village woman known as the Cell Whisperer, to try her methods. He expected some kind of secret potion, but Liana brought no herbs. She simply sat beside the girl, closed her eyes, and gently placed a hand on her forehead. To the physician, it seemed as though nothing was happening. But in Liana's inner world, an extraordinary work was being done. She was not fighting a disease. She was communicating with the girl's body as an intelligent quantum information field. She visualized the girl's cells as tiny points of light that had forgotten their song. Their light dimmed by a field of melancholy, perhaps a collective sadness from the entire village. Liana did not attack the sickness. She held a clear and unwavering image of the girl's perfect blueprint, a body that was healthy, radiant, and full of vitality. She used her own coherent energy field to broadcast this blueprint to the girl's cells. She whispered to them with energy, not words, "Remember your light, remember your song, remember your original perfection, return to your true nature." She was commanding the cells to remember their original program. After an hour of this silent work, a faint pink blush returned to the girl's cheeks. A few days later, she had made a full recovery. Liana explained to the astonished physician, "I did not cure a disease. I simply reminded her body of its inherent wellness. The sickness was a program of forgetting. My intention was a command to remember." In a fierce battle, two soldiers, Gareth and Marcus, were wounded in the leg with nearly identical injuries. They were taken to the same infirmary and received the exact same treatment from the same skilled medic, but their healing outcomes were entirely different, decided by an invisible factor belief. Marcus from the very beginning sank into despair. He saw the wound as the end of his career. He focused on the pain, on his helplessness. He listened to the stories of complications and slow recoveries from other soldiers. His energy field constantly broadcast a signal of brokenness and hopelessness. He doubted the medic's methods, and that belief created an invisible resistance in his own body. Gareth, in contrast, though in pain, held a completely different inner state. He had an ironclad faith in his body's ability to heal itself. He saw the wound as a temporary condition. As the medic dressed his wound, Gareth actively participated in the process. He closed his eyes and visualized the muscle fibers knitting back together, the bone mending perfectly. He took time to feel gratitude for the care he received and visualized himself walking and running in full health. His energy field broadcast a clear and powerful signal of wholeness and inevitable recovery. The results proved the power of consciousness. Marcus's wound healed very slowly, became infected, and left him with a permanent limp. His reality had matched his belief. Meanwhile, Gareth's wound healed at an astonishing rate. He was walking far sooner than predicted. The two soldiers became a living lesson in the infirmary. They received the same physical medicine, but they had administered to themselves two entirely different kinds of conscious medicine. The universal law, the blueprint of life. See your body not just as a biological machine, but as a complex and intelligent quantum information field. Every cell in your body is a receiver and a transmitter, constantly listening and responding to the directives from your consciousness. Illness does not appear randomly out of nowhere. It almost always begins as a disturbance, a distortion in your energy field, caused by prolonged disharmonious thoughts, beliefs, or emotions. emotions. Physical symptoms are merely the final manifestation, the echo in the material world of this energetic imbalance. Above all external remedies or interventions, the most powerful and readily available healing technology is your own consciousness. Your focused attention, unwavering belief, and clear intention have the ability to guide your cells back to their natural state of health. A deep belief in recovery activates the body's self-healing mechanisms, while doubt and fear create resistance and hinder the process. The purpose of conscious healing is not to fight a disease, an act that creates opposition. Instead, it is a loving process, an act of commanding and guiding the cells to remember and return to their original perfect and healthy blueprint. Practical exercise: sending a healing decree to your cells. This is a meditative process for communicating with your body's wisdom and activating its self-healing capabilities. Step 1. Identify the area for healing. Choose an area of your body where you would like to bring harmony and healing. It could be a specific organ, an area of pain, or simply your entire body for a boost of vitality. Step 2. Enter a receptive state. Find a quiet place and sit or lie down comfortably. Breathe slowly and deeply for a few minutes to calm your nervous system and bring you into a relaxed state where communication with your body becomes easier. Step 3. Communicate with your body's wisdom. Gently place one or both hands on the area of your body you have chosen. Send a wave of love and gratitude to that area. Silently say to the cells there, "I love you, I am grateful for your hard work." This establishes a cooperative rather than adversarial relationship. Step 4. Activate the perfect blueprint. Now visualize the most perfect version of that body part. See it as a luminous, three-dimensional glowing image superimposed over your physical body. In this blueprint, every cell is radiant, every function is operating perfectly, every energy current is flowing freely. Hold this image as clearly as you can. Step 5. Transmit the healing decree. While holding the image of the perfect blueprint steady, transmit a command from your consciousness to your cells. This is not a plea, but a loving and powerful instruction. Beloved cells, this is your original blueprint. Remember, return to this perfection. I command you to re-establish divine order and complete wellness now. It is done. Step 6. Anchor the healed state. After transmitting the decree, spend a few moments feeling that area of your body as completely healthy, comfortable, and whole. Live in that feeling, then slowly open your eyes. Carry that feeling and belief with you into your day, trusting that your cells have received the directive and the reprogramming has begun. Chapter 18. Gratitude. The signature of a fulfilled reality. The village of the potter Leah was dying from a prolonged drought. The clay had hardened, impossible to shape. The fields were cracked. Every day the villagers gathered in the square, turning their faces to the sky and pleading for rain. Their energy was one of supplication, a profound acknowledgement of lack. They were screaming at the universe, "We have no rain," and the universe in its perfect correspondence replied, "Indeed, you have no rain." Leah, with the wisdom of her heart, realized the futility of this. She decided to perform a different ritual, an act of quantum creation. She did not plead for rain. She gave thanks for it. She gathered the last drops of water to soften a small amount of clay. While others looked at her with pity, thinking she was wasting the final resources, Leah began to shape small bowls. With each bowl she formed, she worked not just with her hands. She closed her eyes and entered a state of deep and sincere gratitude. She felt the coolness of the first raindrops falling on her skin. She heard the pitter-patter of the water filling the bowls she was making. She smelled the rich scent of damp earth after a long thirst. She whispered to each bowl, "Thank you for the rain that has come. Thank you for filling these bowls." She was not hoping. She was knowing. She was creating a detailed and powerful energetic template for reality. With her gratitude, she had signed a contract with the universe, confirming that the delivery was complete. The next day, the sky, which had been cruelly clear, began to churn with clouds. A gentle, soaking rain began to fall, filling the dozens of small bowls Leah had placed around the village. She had not pleaded for a miracle. She had become the vibrational frequency of the miracle itself. When Reese's father passed away, he did not inherit a fortune. He inherited a mountain of debt and a name that had lost its credibility. He lived in a reality of lack, his heart heavy with resentment and fear. Reese worked tirelessly to pay off the debts, but his every action carried the energy of desperation. He focused on the debts. Every time he thought of money, his body tensed. The signal he broadcast to the universe was debt and struggle, and he received more of the same experiences in return. One night in despair, he found an empty ledger belonging to his father. A strange thought, inspired by an old lesson, sparked within him. He decided to turn this ledger of debts into the gratitude ledger of the future. Every evening, instead of calculating his debts, he performed a new ritual. He wrote down things he was grateful for, as if they had already happened. He did not write, "I want a new contract." He wrote, "Thank you for the profitable and favorable business contract that was signed with ease today." He did not write, "I want money." He wrote, "Thank you for the abundant flow of gold that has poured into my treasury, bringing me a sense of absolute security and freedom." After each entry, he would pause, close his eyes, and force himself to feel the emotion of that gratitude as authentically as possible. It was difficult at first, but he persisted. He was performing a quantum act, pulling the reality of the future into the emotional state of the present. And as his dominant frequency gradually shifted from lack to abundance, his outer reality began to bend to match it. A large debt was unexpectedly forgiven by a creditor who had passed away. A former business partner of his father's, hearing of Reese's efforts, sought him out and offered a lucrative partnership. By continuously creating the energetic mold of gratitude, he allowed the universe to pour the reality of prosperity into it. The universal law gratitude is the invitation. In the quantum field, there is no difference between the feeling of sincere gratitude and the state of having actually received something. They share the same vibrational signature. Therefore, gratitude is not a reaction to having received. It is the creative state that brings the thing into being. Gratitude is not the thank you you say after the party is over. Gratitude is the invitation, the energy of setting the table, and the certainty that the honored guests are on their way. Expressing gratitude for something that has not yet happened is the activation of a fundamental quantum law. You are sending a powerful signal that the outcome is assured, and the universe must respond to that signal. When you give thanks for something specific before it arrives, you are creating a quantum mold. A detailed energetic blueprint, and physical reality has no choice but to pour itself into that mold. However, simply saying the words, "thank you," is not enough. The power lies in the sincere emotion welling up from the heart. It is this emotional resonance that is the catalyst that charges the quantum template. Through the practice of preemptive gratitude, you are enveloping future potentials with the energy of the present and pulling them through time toward you. You do not go to the future, you invite the future to come to you now. Practical exercise: writing the gratitude ledger of the future. This is a daily practice to tune you to the frequency of fulfillment and attract your desires into reality. Step 1. Prepare your sacred ledger. Find a beautiful notebook that you love and a special pen. Dedicate them solely to this practice. This turns a simple action into a deliberate ritual. Step 2. Activate a grateful state. Before you write, close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Think of 3 things in your current life for which you are genuinely grateful. Truly feel that gratitude. This is like starting an engine, helping you enter the correct frequency. Step 3. Write from the fulfilled future. Now open your ledger and write 3 to 5 things you are grateful for concerning your desires, but write them in the past or present perfect tense, as if they have already occurred. Begin with thank you for, be specific. Instead of thank you for more money, write thank you for the specific or unexpected sum of money that came to me with ease and joy, allowing me to add the emotion. For example, bringing me a profound sense of freedom and peace, or thank you for the loving and harmonious relationship with person's name that is filling my heart with joy. Step 4. Charge each entry with energy. This is the most crucial step. After writing each sentence, stop. Close your eyes for 30 seconds. Live in that reality. Intensely feel the gratitude and joy of that thing having come true. Let the emotion spread throughout your entire body. Step 5. Close the ledger and trust. When you have finished writing for the day, close the ledger. Place your hand on the cover and say, "Thank you, it is done." Then put the ledger away and let it go. Your job is to plant the seed and water it with gratitude. How it sprouts, trust to the wisdom of the universe. Chapter 19. The Message of Blocked Flows. Master Valerius was tasked with building a great stone bridge across a river. After a thorough survey, he and the kingdom's engineers chose the narrowest, most logical point to begin construction. The design on paper was a perfection of logic and engineering. But as they began to lay the first foundation stones, a series of powerful, previously undocumented undercurrents emerged and swept everything away. They tried to reinforce the foundation using stronger materials, but the river only seemed to push back more forcefully. The resistance was immense. To Valerius and the king, the river was a stubborn obstacle that needed to be conquered. They were trying to fight it. On the verge of giving up, Valerius sat by the riverbank in frustration. This time he didn't look at it as an engineer, but simply as an observer. He noticed something strange. The water flowed powerfully and easily around his chosen spot, but swirled into chaotic, aggressive eddies right at that point. A new question replacing his frustration arose in his mind. What if the river isn't saying no, but is instead saying not here? It was a moment of breakthrough. He stopped fighting. He decided to work with the resistance. With his team, he walked downstream, following the path the water seemed to want to show them. About a mile downriver, at a much wider and seemingly less logical bend, they discovered something miraculous, a massive shelf of bedrock hidden just beneath the riverbed, a natural foundation more solid than anything they could have built themselves. The construction of the bridge at this new location, though the span was longer, was exponentially easier, faster, and safer. The bridge finally stood in perfect harmony with the river's flow. The obstacle was not a cosmic rejection of the bridge. It was a quantum redirection, a subtle guidance toward a far superior solution that their reason could never have found on its own. Eliana was a brilliant scholar, dedicating her life to completing the translation of an ancient text. But there was an intractable problem. A key word was missing from all surviving copies. Without this word, the meaning of the final prophecy in the text would forever remain a mystery. Eliana was convinced that finding this lost word was the only path to success. She spent years searching. She traveled to distant libraries and consulted every expert, but every path led to a dead end. Every door slammed shut in her face. She felt a heavy, repeated sense of failure and blockage. The resistance felt like a thick wall. One night, exhausted in an ancient library, Eliana finally let go. She surrendered. She stopped trying to find the word. And in that moment of stillness, she asked herself a completely different question. Instead of "where is the missing word?" she asked, "what if the word isn't missing? What if its very absence is the message?" Changing the question changed everything. It shifted her perception from that of a frustrated hunter to a curious detective. She began to reread the entire text with new eyes, not searching for what was missing, but seeking to understand the meaning of the empty space. And then a flash of insight struck. The prophecy was not about a specific future event that the missing word would name. The prophecy was about the power of the unmanifested, about the infinite potential that exists in the void. The ancient authors had intentionally left that space blank to teach this very lesson. The years of blocked searching were not the universe rejecting her. It was the universe patiently guiding her to abandon a limited assumption so she could receive a much deeper wisdom. By changing her question, Eliana didn't just find an answer, she discovered a truth far greater than the one she had been seeking. The universal law. Listening to the guidance. When you encounter an obstacle on your path, do not be quick to assume the universe is rejecting your desire. Resistance is not a wall. It is an arrow. Often it is an act of quantum redirection, a subtle guidance toward a better, grander outcome or path than you originally envisioned. Behind the facade of a problem often lies a door to expanded potential. The key is to work with the resistance, not fight against it. Instead of using willpower to break down barriers, learn to listen to the message the resistance is bringing. Creative breakthroughs often appear when you stop forcing and start listening. It is crucial to distinguish between cosmic guidance and resistance, created by your own internal limiting beliefs. Cosmic guidance often feels like a new door, a change in direction, even if it's difficult at first. Self-limitation feels heavy, stuck, and repetitive, like being trapped in a cycle. The most powerful way to transform resistance is to change your questions. When faced with an obstacle, instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" a victim's question, ask the questions of a co-creator. What great good is hidden behind this? Or what expansion is being offered to me through this delay? Changing your question will change your perception, and when your perception changes, your reality will follow. Practical exercise. Dialoguing with resistance. This is a process to help you transform an obstacle into a wise teacher. Step 1. Identify the blocked flow. Choose a specific area of your life where you feel blocked, delayed, or are facing a major obstacle. Step 2. Listen to the energetic state. Close your eyes and feel the energy of this blockage. Be honest with yourself. Does it feel heavy, stuck, familiar, and repetitive? This may be a sign of an internal limiting belief. Or does it feel like an unexpected push, an unwanted change of direction, but with a sense of some newness hidden behind it? This may be a sign of guidance. Step 3. Change the questions. Dialogue with the obstacle. Take a piece of paper and write down the answers to the following empowering questions. Write whatever comes to your mind without judgment. What message is this resistance trying to bring me? What great good could be hiding behind this delay? If this is guidance toward a better path, what might that path look like? What skill or quality is this resistance asking me to develop in myself? E.g., patience, flexibility, faith. Step 4. Set a new intention based on the answers you just discovered. Write a new intention. Instead of, "I will overcome this obstacle," your new intention might be, "I am now open to receiving the better path that is being revealed to me," or, "I am grateful for this delay because it is allowing me time to prepare better." Step 5. Act in the new direction. Take one small concrete action that aligns with your new intention. This could be researching an alternative option, taking time to learn a new skill, or simply practicing patient observation for the next 24 hours without trying to force anything. This action signals to the universe that you have received the message and are ready to cooperate. Chapter 20. Language. The code that programs. Reality Master Orin was the kingdom's chief chronicler. He was praised for his realism and objectivity. When recording events, he always used a language of struggle. For example, he would write, "The king struggled to defend the borders," or The kingdom hoped to survive the harsh winter. And strangely, the kingdom under the young king's reign seemed perpetually stuck in a state of constant struggle. Every success came at a great cost. Every effort was immensely difficult. Orin was completely unaware that by using the language of struggle to describe reality, he was inadvertently programming a reality of struggle. His objective chronicle was, in fact, a repeating creative command that the quantum field was diligently executing. One day, the young queen who possessed a deep inner wisdom summoned Orin. She did not question the truth of his records. She questioned his words. "Master Orin," she said, her voice calm but full of authority, "from this day forward you will not record what has happened. You will write what is happening. You will not write that we hope for a bountiful harvest. You will write, the earth is generously bestowing her abundance. You will not write that I try to negotiate peace. You will write, peace is being established through wise and clear communication." The queen was asking him to shift from the language of effort to the language of being. Orin, though skeptical, obeyed. He began to write the daily records in this new, powerful language. At first he felt as if he were writing a fairy tale, but as he consciously changed the script, the kingdom's reality began to shift to match the new frequency. Negotiations succeeded with ease. The harvest that year was more bountiful than ever before. The kingdom entered an era of peace and flow. Orin had learned the greatest lesson of his life. He had never been a mere recorder of history. He had always been its author. Two apprentices, Liam and Cale, were given identical rough stones with the task of cutting them into perfect gems. Liam's inner language and spoken words were riddled with doubt. He told his friends, "This is so hard. I hope I don't break it. I'll try my best. But this type of stone is very complex." He even prepared a plan B in case he failed. His vocabulary had sewn into his reality an expectation of difficulty and the possibility of failure. His hands were tense, his cuts hesitant. Kyle approached the task with a completely different quantum script. When asked, he said, "The stone's beauty is revealing itself with ease and precision." He didn't hope for a good result. He was grateful for the perfect gem that was taking shape in his hands. He had shifted from the language of effort to the language of being. His hands were steady, his cuts confident. The results precisely mirrored each man's script. Liam's stone cracked under the pressure. His reality had matched his words of difficulty and complexity. Meanwhile, Cale created a magnificent, flawless gem. He didn't have more skill or a better stone. He simply had a more powerful quantum script. Their master said, "The first cut is not made by the chisel, but by the words you say to yourself." The universal law, the quantum script of language. Every word and phrase you use daily does not just describe reality. They are actively prescribing and programming it. Your language is not a mirror. It is a magic wand painting your world. Your vocabulary is a hidden script that the quantum field is constantly executing to create your life experience. Every word you speak sends out a specific vibrational frequency. Words like difficult, problem, or impossible create patterns of energetic interference hindering manifestation. Conversely, words like certain, easy, or opportunity create clear and harmonious energy channels. For powerful manifestation, shift from the language of effort to the language of being. Words like try, hope, or have to always carry within them the energy of doubt and the potential for failure. Replace them with the language of certainty and the fulfilled state. Replace I hope to have with I am having, or I am grateful for having. The language you use to describe a situation creates an energetic expectation around it. Constantly speaking of the possibility of failure just in case it doesn't work out inadvertently creates an energy pathway for that failure to manifest. Changing your quantum script requires heightened awareness and discipline. It is a deliberate process that involves observing to identify limiting speech patterns, consciously choosing and replacing them with empowering words, and reinforcing your belief in the creative power of your words through daily practice. Practical exercise: becoming the reprogrammer of your quantum script. This is a disciplined process to help you identify and change the language you use, thereby changing your reality. Step 1. The observation phase. Listen to the old script. For the next 24 hours, become a spy on your own language. Carry a small notebook or use your phone to immediately jot down any limiting words or phrases you catch yourself saying or thinking. For example, so hard, I'll try, hopefully, I can't, what if it doesn't work out? The goal in this step is only awareness, not judgment. Step 2. Analyze and identify patterns. At the end of the day, review your list. Circle the limiting codes that you use most frequently. This brings unconscious programs into the light of consciousness. Step 3. Draft the upgrade codec. Create a 2-column chart. Column 1, buggy code. Write down your 3 to 5 most common limiting phrases. Example, this is too hard. Column 2, upgraded code. Next to each buggy code, write an empowering present tense and affirmative replacement phrase. Example, I am discovering the solution to this with ease, or this is being accomplished. Other examples, I'll try to do it. I am doing this. I hope it works out. This is working out perfectly. Step 4. Practice conscious replacement. This is the main practice. For the next week, your task is to be vigilant. Every time you are about to say or have just said a buggy code, stop. Take a breath and consciously say out loud or in your head the corresponding upgraded code. Step 5. Reinforce with a daily affirmation. To solidify the new program, stand in front of a mirror each morning. Look yourself in the eye and say with certainty, my word is a creative force. Today I choose a script of ease, joy, and success. It is done. Chapter 21. From character to author of the story. Lyron was the most celebrated actor in the kingdom. He was praised for his ability to completely become his characters. When he played a tragic hero, he truly felt the despair. When he played a jester, he truly felt the humiliation. This identification was so strong that he often carried the emotions of his roles long after the curtain had fallen. Then he was cast as a cursed king, a character destined to lose everything. Lyron immersed himself so deeply in the role that his personal life began to mirror the tragedy. His relationships fractured, he lost money, and a sense of hopelessness enveloped him. He had become completely trapped inside the story, absolutely identified with the character and its fate. The old playwright who had written the play saw Lyron's suffering. He called him aside not to give him notes on acting, but to remind him of his true identity. Lyron, he said, you have forgotten the most important thing. You are not the cursed king. You are the actor playing the cursed king. The king suffers, but you are safe. The king is trapped, but you are free to walk off this stage at any time. He guided Lyron in an observation exercise. While acting, he was to periodically take a step back in his mind and observe the character Lyron performing on the stage, feeling the pain while his true self, the observer, massaged with peace and compassion from the wings. This practice changed everything. Lyron learned to play his roles with all his passion, but without losing himself in them. He could access the character's emotions without being consumed by them. From this detached perspective of the observer, he even found deeper expressions because he was no longer blinded by the character's despair. More importantly, his personal life returned to balance. He had learned to distinguish between the character moving through the story and the author telling it. Alara found herself trapped in a great labyrinth, an ever-changing architectural marvel from which no one had ever escaped. She represented the character self, lost in the complex twists and turns of life's problems. She had spent weeks running frantically through the corridors trying to solve the maze from within it. She tried to draw maps to memorize the turns, but the walls constantly shifted. Every path was a dead end. She was exhausted, terrified, and utterly hopeless. The problem, when viewed from inside the labyrinth, was colossal and insurmountable. One day, collapsing in a dead end, Alara gave up trying to solve it. She surrendered. She closed her eyes. Instead of thinking about the next turn, she asked herself a new question. What if I'm not in the labyrinth? What if I am the one dreaming of this labyrinth? That question triggered a profound shift in consciousness. In her mind, her awareness began to gently float upward, leaving her physical body, the character, sitting below. She rose higher and higher until she was looking down upon the entire labyrinth from above. From this perspective of the observer, the labyrinth was no longer terrifying. It was just a pattern on the ground. The walls that had seemed so overwhelming were now just tiny lines. She could see the starting point, the end point, and the clear, simple path that connected them. The solution had always been there. It was just invisible from the limited perspective of the character within. Holding this clear vision, her consciousness returned to her body. She opened her eyes, no longer afraid. With the observer's map now etched in her mind, she calmly stood up and walked the simple, straight path out of the maze. She had learned that you cannot solve a problem from the same level of consciousness that created it. By accessing the higher perspective of the observer, the impossible problem became a simple pattern. The universal law, the author, and the character. Within you, two selves always exist simultaneously. One is the character, the personal ego, with its name, history, and emotions moving through the story of life and being affected by its circumstances. But at the same time, you are also a quantum self, the timeless observer or author who stands outside the story and has the ability to direct it from a higher dimension. As long as you are completely identified with the character, you will be swept along by the current of events and feel like their victim. The power to change, edit, and rewrite the story of your life only emerges when you shift your center of awareness from the stage to the position of the author. The path to accessing this quantum self is through conscious disidentification. You must practice observing your body, emotions, and thoughts as objects passing through your field of awareness, rather than as yourself. You are the sky, not the clouds. When you observe your life from the state of the observer, problems that once seemed huge and overwhelming lose their emotional power. This detachment brings clarity and peace, allowing you to find solutions with ease. And when you are in this state, the gentle intentions or decrees you issue have ultimate power because they are no longer muddled by the character's doubt or fear. Reality must rearrange itself to match directives given from a higher dimension of consciousness. Practical exercise. Stepping onto the observer's balcony. This is a meditative practice to help you experience conscious disidentification and access the power of the observing self. Step 1. Choose a play. Think of a problem or a strong negative emotion you are currently experiencing. This is the play your character is trapped in. Step 2. Find your observation post. Sit quietly, close your eyes, and take a few deep breaths to relax. Step 3. Practice disidentification. Go through this process slowly. Observe the body. Become aware of the body sitting here. Feel its weight. Know that you have a body, but you are not this body. You are the consciousness observing it. Observe the emotion. Now become aware of the emotion, e.g., anxiety, that is present. Observe it like a gray cloud floating through the sky of your awareness. You are the sky, not the cloud. Observe the thoughts. Observe the thoughts related to this problem running through your mind. See them like leaves floating down a river. You are the one sitting on the riverbank, observing, not the leaves themselves. Step 4. Step onto the balcony. After practicing this separation, visualize your awareness gently floating up out of the character and onto a beautiful, peaceful balcony high above. From this balcony, you can look down upon the stage of your life with compassion and peace. Feel the safety and clarity of this perspective. Step 5. Send a decree from above. From the peaceful and powerful state of the observer on the balcony, send a gentle but firm decree down to the stage below. It could be all is being perfectly arranged, or peace is being restored, or the clear solution is being revealed. Then slowly return your awareness to your body, bringing the feeling of peace and clarity from the balcony back with you. Chapter 22. The Ritual of the Quantum Leap. Kalen was the heir to a fated duchy. The land was barren, the treasury was empty, and the people lived in a quiet despair that had spanned generations. All of Kalen's efforts at gradual reform had failed, as if an invisible gravitational pull of misfortune was too strong, dragging everything back to its old orbit. He realized he didn't need a change. He needed a total reboot. In a forgotten ancient library, he found a single book kept in a locked box. The book described an ancient and supposedly dangerous ritual known as the Quantum Leap. The preface warned that this was not a prayer, but a sophisticated technology of consciousness capable of dissolving the old reality structure and re-establishing a completely new one in a single moment. But it required two indispensable conditions: absolute precision in every step and absolute secrecy, because the observation of another consciousness would instantly collapse the field of potential back to the old template before the reset could occur. Driven by desperation and a sliver of hope, Kalen decided to perform the ritual. On a moonless night, he locked himself in the highest tower of his castle. He followed the instructions meticulously. First was a series of slow, deliberate body movements designed to unify his energy field. Next came a complex breathing process aimed at accumulating a vast amount of life force. When he felt the energy peak, he placed his hands in a strange mudra described in the book The Key to Unlocking the Void, and then it happened. As he held the mudra and the breath steady, the feeling of the stone walls of his own body began to fade. All sound, sight, and sensation dissolved. He was no longer Kalen. He was pure consciousness floating in a silent void of infinite potential. This was the quantum void where all realities are born. From this state of the observer, from a place of unwavering certainty, he broadcast his decree. It was not a list of wishes. It was a short, concise declaration of the new reality. By my power, I decree this land is now abundance. This bloodline is now fortune. This reality is now wholeness. It is done. The instant the words were finished, reality recrystallized around him, but it was different. The air in the tower seemed lighter, fresher. As dawn broke, Kalen looked out the window and saw a light rain bathing the parched fields. Hours later, a breathless messenger arrived with incredible news. A large vein of silver, long thought to be depleted, had been rediscovered in an old mine after a small landslide during the night. Simultaneously, an ambassador from a hostile neighboring country arrived unexpectedly bearing a generous peace offer. The change was not gradual. The entire reality script of the duchy had been rewritten in that moment of the quantum leap. Kalen hadn't just manifested a few changes. He had stepped onto an entirely new timeline. The universal law, the technology of a reality reboot. Unlike other manifestation methods, the quantum leap is not a gradual process. It is an advanced ritual aimed at suspending the normal laws of reality, creating a vacuum that allows the entire blueprint of your life to be rewritten in a single moment. The purpose of this ritual is not to add something to your current reality. It works by temporarily dissolving the old reality structure, creating a quantum void, or a state of pure potential. It is in this sacred pause that a completely new reality can be crystallized and defined. This is a sophisticated quantum technology that demands strict conditions. Precision in every step is paramount, as any deviation will disperse the energy. Absolute secrecy is also an indispensable condition, because the observation of another person who is still operating in the old reality will instantly collapse the quantum field back to the old template, preventing the reset process. The quantum leap is a synthesis and amplification of the power of many quantum tools introduced earlier, including conscious movement, intentional breathing, powerful sound, and sacred geometry mudras. But even with perfect technical execution of all the steps, the final activating element is your state of consciousness. The quantum decree must be declared with an unwavering certainty, a knowing that it is complete in the very moment it is spoken. Any ripple of doubt will weaken the entire energetic structure of the ritual. Practical exercise. Practicing the reboot moment. This is a simplified exercise to allow you to safely touch the essence of the quantum leap. Please perform it with the utmost respect and intention. Step 1. Declare your intent and create sacred space. Declare that you are about to perform an important act of energy work. Ensure that you are alone and will not be disturbed for 10 to 15 minutes. Step 2. The unification phase. Coherent breathing. Begin by practicing box breathing for 2 to 3 minutes. Inhale to a count of 4. Hold 4. Exhale 4. Hold 4. This helps to balance the nervous system and bring you into a state of coherence. Focus mudra. Place your hands on your thighs, palms up, and let the tips of your thumb and index finger touch lightly. Gyan mudra. This mudra helps to enhance focus and connect to higher wisdom. Step 3. Enter the void. While maintaining the breath and the mudra, begin to visualize. Imagine the room you are in, your body, and all your worries are slowly dissolving into a soft, white or golden mist. Let go of all sense of space and time. The goal is to feel, even for just a few seconds, the state of being pure consciousness, floating in an infinite field of potential. Step 4. Transmit the reboot command. From this state of pure void, choose one single short and powerful command that redefines your core state of being. This is not the time to ask for specific material things, but to reset your essence. Say it silently but clearly with absolute certainty. Examples: I am whole peace, or I am limitless abundance, or I am radiant health, or I am flowing creativity. Step 5. Recrystallize and integrate. Immediately after transmitting the command, visualize the white mist beginning to coalesce. Your room reappears, but it seems brighter, clearer, and infused with the energy of your command. Slowly return to the awareness of your body. Take a minute to feel the subtle shift in your energy field. Be grateful for this moment of reset and trust that a foundational change has been made. Chapter 23. The Power of the Open Hand. Kenjiro was the kingdom's archery master. His students were taught meticulous control, how to stand, how to hold the bow, how to aim with unwavering precision. They focused their entire will on hitting the bullseye. Ren, his most brilliant student, had perfect technique. In practice, he could hit the bullseye with ease, but in major competitions, he always failed. The pressure to make the arrow hit the target, to control the outcome, caused his muscles to tense up at the last moment. His release was jerky. The arrow flew wide. The very intensity of his desire for control was the cause of his failure. Kenjiro called Ren aside. "You have mastered the how," he said, "but you have not mastered the outcome. You believe that you are the one who shoots the arrow, but the greatest archers know that the arrow shoots itself through them." He taught Ren a new practice. After drawing the bow and aiming perfectly, which was holding fast to the what, the intention Ren was not to decide when to shoot. He was to hold the stance, breathe deeply, and enter a state of allowing of stillness. He had to wait for a moment of unity where the bow, the arrow, the target, and he himself became a single entity. In that moment of perfect stillness, the release would happen on its own without conscious effort. At the next competition, Ren drew his bow, aimed, and then he waited. He breathed. He relaxed. He let go of the need to hit the bullseye. In a moment of profound quiet, his fingers opened as if by an invisible hand. The arrow flew, and not only did it hit the bullseye, it split the arrow of the previous champion. He had won not by trying harder, but by letting go at the most critical moment. He had learned that after setting an intention, true power lies in becoming a clear channel for the result to flow through. Ilara was a sculptor, but she did not use a hammer and chisel. She would find large stones in a river, and over many months she would gently alter the flow of the water with small dams of pebbles, allowing the river itself to grind and shape the stone. Her creations possessed an organic beauty and an extraordinary vitality. A young sculptor from the city came to study with her. He found her methods too slow and passive. He brought his heavy tools. He had a very rigid and specific vision of a perfect sculpture in his mind. He found a stone and began to chisel, trying to force his image onto the rock, fighting its every grain and natural line. The work was exhausting, and the result was a stiff, lifeless piece. He was trying to be the source of creation. Ilara saw his struggle. She led him to one of her own works. "You are trying to tell the stone what it should be," she said. "I simply ask the stone what it wants to be, and then I help the river reveal it." She explained that she only held a very general intention for beauty and harmony, the what, but she completely released the how. Her work was not one of forcing, but of listening and allowing. She was a conduit, a channel that allowed the creative intelligence of the river and the stone to express itself. The young man, humbled, put away his tools. He began to learn to sit quietly by a stone to feel its essence and to work in partnership with the river's flow. His works gradually acquired a life and grace he could never have achieved by force. He had learned that the greatest artist is not the one with the strongest will, but the one with the most open channel. The universal law, the paradox of the open hand. This is one of the most profound and liberating paradoxes of quantum creation. The greatest power lies in surrender, not control. The quantum field does not respond to willpower or strain. It responds to openness and trust. The moment you release your tight grip on controlling the outcome is the very moment you empower a greater and wiser force to act on your behalf. Quantum letting go is not passive resignation or abandoning your desire. It is an act of active allowing. It is maintaining a clear intention while completely releasing attachment to a specific path, form, or time in which the manifestation must occur. The formula is hold fast to the what, let go of the how. Trust that the universe's path is often more optimal and creative than the ego's. The greatest manifestations and masterpieces emerge when you realize you are not their creator, but a clear conduit, a hollow reed that allows the wisdom and creative energy of the universe to flow through. Shifting from a state of control to one of allowing can be done methodically. The use of intentional breathing is an effective technology for calming the nervous system, shifting brain waves, and creating a physiological and psychological state where letting go becomes natural and easy. Practical exercise. The Creator's Release Breath. This exercise uses a specific breathing technique, 4 to 7, 8, to help you shift from a state of control to a state of allowing and trust. Step 1. Identify the clenched fist. Identify one goal or desire where you feel anxious, are trying to control things, and are attached to a specific outcome. Step 2. Hold fast to the what. Set the intention. Close your eyes. Visualize the final outcome you desire as already complete. See it simply and clearly. Feel the joy and gratitude of having it for a moment. This is the act of holding fast to the what. Step 3. Perform the 4-7-8 breath, the technology of release. Now begin the breathing process. This technique is known to calm the sympathetic nervous system, the fight-or-flight response, and activate the parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest response, creating a physiological state of safety and surrender. Sit with a straight back. Place the tip of your tongue against the ridge of tissue just behind your upper front teeth. Exhale completely through your mouth, making a gentle whoosh sound. Close your mouth and inhale quietly through your nose to a mental count of 4. Hold your breath for a count of 7. Exhale completely through your mouth, making a whoosh sound to a count of 8. Repeat this cycle 3 to 4 times. Step 4. Transmit the release decree. On your final long exhale, as you are counting to 8 silently, say or visualize this declaration: I hold the vision of name the final outcome, and I completely release and trust in the divine how and when it will arrive. Truly feel the release as you breathe out. Step 5. Live in the state of the open hand. After the exercise, go about your day with a new awareness. Whenever you think of your desire and feel anxiety or the need to control, rise up consciously, relax your body, shoulders, jaw, hands, and recall the feeling of that long, slow exhale, the feeling of an open hand. Chapter 24. Shifting between timelines. Master Alara was the keeper of the library of all things, a place that did not exist in ordinary space. This library did not contain books recording a single history. It contained countless books, and each book was a complete version of reality, a timeline existing in parallel. A young Prince Kael came to her in desperation. His kingdom was on the verge of collapse before a powerful enemy. The book he was currently reading, the timeline he was experiencing, was a story of defeat and exile. He felt trapped, believing it was his only destiny. Alara did not offer to help him rewrite that tragic story. Instead, she led him to a vast section of the library where thousands of books were titled The Glorious Reign of King Kael. She pulled one out and opened it. In this reality, Kael was not a defeated prince. He was a wise and victorious king who had defended his kingdom with a brilliant and unexpected strategy. Your job is not to erase the sad story, Alara said. Your job is to stop reading it and choose to read this book instead. This reality is just as real as that one. It is simply waiting for a reader. She taught Kael how to tune his consciousness to the frequency of the new book. He had to close his eyes and vividly feel the sensation of being a victorious king, to feel the confidence, the relief, and the wisdom of that version of himself. He had to completely embody the frequency of that pre-existing reality. As Kael sat in the library, immersing himself in the feeling of victory, the outside world began to change to match his new frequency. A scout returned with news of a fatal weakness in the enemy's flank that no one had seen before. An idea for a bold and brilliant strategy flashed in Kael's mind, the very strategy described in the new book. He had tuned into that timeline. He returned to his army no longer a desperate prince, but a confident king. His new energy inspired the soldiers. They executed the plan perfectly, and the battle was won. Kael had not created a new future. He had chosen to step into a better one that already existed. Finn was a cartographer who had learned to sense parallel timelines like shimmering, overlapping paths of light. He was in a reality of moderate success, but it was stagnant and uninspired. He could clearly sense another timeline right beside his own one, where he was a celebrated and wildly creative artist. He had tried to shift over to it through willpower. He visualized it, longed for it, but he was constantly snapped back to his familiar reality. The gravitational pull of his old energetic habits was too strong. He had chosen his destination on the map, but seemed unable to take the final step. He sought out a master in the art of shifting. "You have tuned your radio to the new station," the master said, "but you have not pressed the save button. Your choice is still floating. You need a physical act to anchor your consciousness into the new stream." He taught Finn an anchoring ritual. First, Finn had to enter a meditative state and completely merge with the frequency of Finn, the creative artist. When that feeling reached its peak, he was to make a clear declaration from the infinite realities: I now choose this one. And as he spoke the final word, he was to perform a unique physical gesture he had decided on beforehand, for example, snapping the fingers of his left hand 3 times. This unique gesture, performed in a peak energetic state, acted as a switch, a physical anchor that locked his consciousness into the new timeline. After performing the ritual, the shift felt more solid. The next day, Finn woke up with a flood of creative ideas. Whenever he felt a bit of the old energy of stagnation return, he would perform his anchor gesture, and it would instantly return him to the frequency and feeling of the new reality he had chosen. The universal law: choosing your timeline. Imagine reality not as a single road, but as an infinite library where every book is a complete pre-written version of a life. Every possibility you can conceive of already exists as a real timeline running in parallel to the world you are currently experiencing. Your ultimate power lies not in trying to create a new reality from scratch, an incredibly difficult task. Your true power lies in the ability to consciously choose which version of reality you wish to experience from the countless versions that already exist. Your consciousness acts as a wave collapse mechanism. Just as in quantum experiments, all these timelines exist in a state of superposition until you observe them. Your focused and deliberate attention, charged with the energy of emotion, is the act that collapses all other possibilities and brings a single reality into your lived experience. This selection of reality is like tuning a radio. Each potential timeline has its own unique energy frequency. By tuning your own feeling state to resonate with the frequency of a specific reality, e.g., the frequency of health or wealth, you will tune into it and make it your experience. After making the choice with your consciousness and energy, a deliberate physical act serves as an anchor point, a final switch to lock in that choice and solidify your presence in the new timeline you have selected, preventing you from being pulled back into old energetic habits. Practical exercise: the timeline selection and anchoring ritual. This is an advanced ritual for shifting your consciousness to a desired version of reality. Step 1. Identify the 2 reality channels. Take a piece of paper. Clearly describe your current reality regarding a specific issue, reality A. Then describe in detail the parallel reality version you wish to experience, reality B. For example, reality A: I feel lonely and find it hard to connect with people. Reality B: I have deep, joyful relationships and am surrounded by understanding friends. Step 2. Design your physical anchor. Create a unique, simple physical gesture that you don't normally do. For example, touching your thumb to the pinky finger of your right hand or interlacing your fingers in a specific way. Decide on this gesture beforehand. This will be your switch. Step 3. Tune the frequency. Sit quietly and close your eyes. Completely let go of the feeling of reality A. Now use all the power of your imagination and emotion to tune into the frequency of reality B. Feel the joy and warmth of those relationships right now. Live in that reality in your inner world. Step 4. Make the choice and activate the anchor. When your feeling about reality B reaches its absolute peak, make a clear and powerful declaration, not a request, but a choice from the infinite realities. I now choose and merge with the reality where I briefly describe reality B. I choose this now. As you say the very last word, now, perform your anchor gesture decisively. Step 5. Live in the new reality. The ritual is complete. The shift has occurred on a quantum level. Your job now is to act, think, and feel as if you are the person living in reality B. Whenever doubt or a sign of the old reality appears, calmly perform your anchor gesture again. It will instantly remind your energy system of the choice you have made and help you retune to the new frequency. Chapter 25, Rewriting the Bloodline. Covenant Reese was the last heir of a once great lineage of architects, but now his clan lived in the Valley of Shadows, a name given to their lands because of a generational curse. Since the time of his ancestors, every great structure his family built, though perfect on paper, would eventually collapse due to a strange accident or an unforeseen flaw. They were known not for their talent, but for their tragic failures. The weight of this history rested on Reese's shoulders. He had a brilliant design for a new aqueduct, one that could bring life to the entire valley. But he was paralyzed by inherited fear. He knew that no matter how perfect the plan, the family curse would find a way to manifest. To succeed, he didn't just need to build a better aqueduct. He needed to change the very history of his bloodline. In a secret chamber, he found the diary of his first ancestor, the one who had built the first great bridge and also initiated the curse when it collapsed. The final line of the diary read, "I have failed. May my lineage forever be marked by this weakness." It was an energetic covenant forged from agony. Reese realized he had to heal this root event itself. He performed an advanced ritual. He did not try to fix the past. He chose a different one. In a deep meditative state, he visualized his family's timeline not as a straight line, but as a colossal tree with countless branches. He was the observer of that tree. He saw the diseased branch, the timeline where the first bridge collapsed. But then, with focused intent, he searched for and found another branch, healthy and radiant. On this branch, the ancestor at the last moment had realized the flaw and reinforced the bridge. In that timeline, the bridge stood firm, and Reese's family was known for a legacy of success and resilience. That timeline was not a fantasy. It was completely real and existed in parallel. Reese began to tune his energy to resonate with that successful branch. He breathed in a rhythm of stability. He placed his hands in a mudra of perfection, and then he made the leap. He visualized his consciousness jumping from the diseased branch to the healthy one. He didn't just observe it. He merged with the Reese of that timeline, an heir to a legacy of success. To anchor the shift, he struck a tuning fork, and as the clear tone rang out, he declared, "My history is success. My covenant is resilience. This timeline is my reality now." When Reese opened his eyes, the heavy, oppressive feeling of the valley was gone. He looked at his aqueduct design and instantly saw an elegant solution to a technical problem he couldn't solve before. The solution came naturally, as if from the wisdom of generations of successful architects. He built the aqueduct, and it stood proud, bringing prosperity to the land. He hadn't just changed the future. He had chosen a new past, and in doing so had rewritten his destiny. The universal law, choosing the past, creating the present, your true nature, the observing consciousness exists beyond linear time. Like a person standing on a mountaintop looking down upon a forest, you have the ability to see the infinite trails of the past, not just the single path you have walked. What we call the past is not a fixed block of stone. It is merely a timeline that we have experienced and identified with. Countless other past timelines where different choices were made and different outcomes occurred still exist in parallel as real quantum possibilities. Energetic patterns and traumas can be inherited through generations as a bloodline covenant. By directing healing energy to points in your own or your ancestors' past, you can dissolve these patterns at their root. However, an even more powerful method is timeline jumping. You do not travel to the past to change it. You jump to a different parallel timeline where a better past has already occurred. Your consciousness then merges with that version of yourself, and your present reality will automatically and seamlessly adjust to align with this new history. This timeline shift is a deliberate ritual. It requires you to elevate your awareness to the observer's perspective consciously, choose the desired timeline, synchronize your energy with it, and finally land and anchor your consciousness in the new trajectory. Practical exercise. The ritual of healing a chapter from the past. This is a safe practice for you to experience healing the energy of a past event, thereby changing its effect on your present. Step 1. Identify the chapter to heal. Choose a specific memory from your past that still brings you a negative emotion, a regret, a hurtful word, a small failure. Step 2. Ascend to the observer's hill. Find a quiet place. Close your eyes and visualize your entire timeline as a river flowing through a valley. Now imagine your consciousness gently floating up to a high hill where you can look down upon the entire river with peace and detachment. Step 3. Choose the parallel timeline. From on high, identify the stretch of the river that corresponds to your painful memory. Now set the intention. I wish to see a version of this event where the lesson was learned gently and the outcome was peace. Look beside that dark stretch of river and imagine a parallel stream beginning to appear, one that shimmers with light flowing smoothly and harmoniously. This is the healed timeline. Step 4. Synchronize, merge, and anchor. Synchronize, breathe deeply, and feel your energy gradually tuning to resonate with the peaceful frequency of this new timeline. Merge. Now visualize a beam of golden light from your vantage point on the hill shining down and merging with the version of you. In that peaceful timeline, feel the relief, the confidence, and the wisdom of that version of you becoming your own right now. Anchor. When the feeling of merging is strongest, place a hand on your heart and chant a low, long AUM. Let the vibration of this sound lock and anchor you into this new reality. Declare that past is healed. I am now whole. It is done. Step 5. Integrate in the present. Slowly bring your awareness back to your body. Take a minute to feel the new sense of peace and wholeness. The next time you think of that old event, notice how the negative emotion attached to it has diminished or disappeared. You have rewritten the energetic covenant of your past. Chapter 26. The Quantum Gate of Dreams. Valerius, the great architect, was facing a seemingly impossible problem. He was tasked with designing a bridge to connect two mountain peaks, separated by a chasm with unpredictable winds. All his waking state calculations, every design based on logic, led to a dead end. His rational mind kept telling him it's impossible. His creativity was blocked. He sought out a sage who lived on the mountain. She did not offer him a technical solution. She gave him a method to access a greater intelligence. Stop thinking about the bridge during the day, she said. Let your dream consciousness do the work, but you must plant the seed for it. She guided Valerius in a dream incubation ritual. Every night before sleep, he would place a perfectly balanced stone on his bedside table, a physical symbol of the bridge he desired. He wrote his question on a piece of parchment, "Show me the design of the most harmonious bridge," and placed it under his pillow. He held that intention clearly, then released it completely, trusting that his consciousness would do the work while he slept. Many nights passed, and then one night he had an incredibly vivid dream. In the dream, he was a giant eagle soaring with ease across the chasm. As an eagle, he could feel the air currents not as obstacles, but as supportive pathways. He saw how a spider spun its web across a crack, a design both light and durable, which yielded to the wind instead of fighting it. Valerius awoke with a jolt, holding not just an image in his head, but the feeling of the solution. The design for the bridge appeared with perfect clarity, a graceful and sturdy suspension bridge, a masterpiece his waking logic could never have conceived. His dream consciousness, freed from the skepticism of his logical mind, had accessed the infinite field of potential and brought back a perfect answer. Eliana was haunted by a recurring nightmare. Every night she dreamt she was being hunted by a shadow monster in a dark forest. The fear from the dream began to bleed into her waking life, leaving her anxious and withdrawn. She was a passive victim in her own dream world. She sought out an old dream guide. He did not teach her how to stop dreaming of the monster. He taught her how to become conscious while dreaming. He guided her in a pre-sleep ritual, which was to set a clear and powerful intention. Tonight, when I see the shadow monster, I will realize I am dreaming. Simultaneously, during the day, she had to frequently ask herself the question, am I dreaming? To create a habit of awareness. After many nights of persistence, the moment came. In the dream, as the monster lunged toward her, a flash of awareness sparked. This is it. I am dreaming. The instant she became lucid, the fear vanished, replaced by an incredible sense of power and freedom. She was no longer the character being hunted. She had become the author of the dream. Instead of running, she stopped, turned, and faced the monster. And instead of fighting, she held out her hand and sent it a wave of love and acceptance. The shadow monster, which was a manifestation of her own fear, did not dissolve with a scream. It melted into a shower of light and disappeared. Eliana awoke with a profound sense of peace. The nightmare never returned. She had learned that the dream world is not a place of randomness, but a workshop where she could confront, transmute, and heal the deepest parts of her own energy field. The universal law, the creative gateway of dreams. The dream state is more than just the brain's reprocessing of information. It is a special state of consciousness where the veil between the material world and the infinite field of potential is at its thinnest. It is a gateway that allows you to access and interact with the quantum realm directly and powerfully. Creativity in the dream state is amplified many times over because the greatest enemy of manifestation, the logical mind and its skepticism, is temporarily asleep. When this gatekeeper is absent, your creative consciousness can operate freely, sending clear and undisturbed signals to the quantum field. You can practice dream incubation deliberately. By setting a clear intention and using physical symbols before sleep, you can instruct your consciousness to perform specific creative work while you are asleep. A more advanced skill is lucid dreaming, maintaining awareness while you are in a dream. This state allows you not only to plant a seed, but to actively direct and shape reality within the quantum field with maximum power. Your actions in the final moments before falling asleep have a powerful impact on your dream experience. Cleansing your energy, placing symbolic objects, and declaring a clear intention will act as directives, programming your consciousness to perform quantum work while your physical body rests. Practical exercise, the dream incubation ritual. This exercise will guide you in placing an order with your dream consciousness for it to bring back a solution or a creative idea. Step 1. Identify the seed question or intention. Choose one problem you need a solution for, a question you need an answer to, or a creative idea you wish to receive. Write it on a small piece of paper in the form of a clear question or request. Example, show me the next step in my career with clarity. Step 2. Choose a symbolic vessel. Find a small, simple object that can represent your intention. If it's about a career, it could be a pen. If it's about healing, it could be a quartz crystal. If it's about a relationship, it could be a ring. This object will act as a physical anchor for your intention. Step 3. Perform the pre-sleep ritual. Just before you are ready to sleep, perform these steps. Place the symbols. Put the piece of paper with your written intention under your pillow. Place the symbolic vessel on your bedside table where you can see it just before you close your eyes. Short meditation. Sit on your bed for 2 to 3 minutes. Hold the vessel in your hands if possible. Close your eyes and hold your question or intention in your mind. Feel a sense of positive expectation and trust that the answer will come. Final declaration. As you lie down to sleep, say your intention silently or aloud one last time. Tonight in my dreams, the answer will come to me with clarity. I am ready to receive. Then let go completely and fall asleep. Step 4. Record and decode. Keep a notebook and pen right by your bed. As soon as you wake up, before doing anything else, try to write down everything you remember from your dreams. It could be an image, a symbol, a feeling, a color, or a complete story. Don't try to analyze it right away. Just record it. The answer may not be literal, but symbolic. Ponder it throughout the day. Step 5. Advanced practice. To increase the likelihood of lucid dreaming, create a habit during the day. Occasionally stop and ask yourself seriously, am I dreaming right now? Look at your hands or try to read a line of text twice. This habit will eventually carry over into your dreams and can trigger your awareness. Chapter 27. Healing the Invisible Legacy of the Bloodline. Liam was the last in a long line of winemakers. His family was famous for a particular vineyard that produced a wine of rare complexity. However, for generations, this wine had always carried a subtle but unmistakable bitter aftertaste. The family and connoisseurs had come to accept it as part of the terroir, an unchangeable characteristic of the land. But Liam, a passionate winemaker, always yearned to create a perfect wine. He tried every technique, changing the harvest time, adjusting the fermentation process, but the bitter note always remained. He felt it was a limitation of the land, a part of the heritage he was forced to accept. Ironically, that bitterness also seemed to manifest in his life. His relationships often began sweetly, but always ended with a bitter aftertaste. One day, while cleaning out an old wine cellar, he found a diary belonging to his great-grandfather, the founder of the vineyard. The diary told of a terrible plague that had ravaged the surrounding lands. To save his vineyard, the ancestor had made a vow to the spirit of the land, "Protect my vines from the sweetness of disease, even if they must carry within them the bitterness of survival." Everything suddenly became clear to Liam. The bitterness was not a flaw. It was a protection program, an energetic imprint born of fear and love, a covenant that was still active in the soil, in the vines, and in his very bloodline. He realized he could not fight the bitterness. He had to release the vow that created it. Liam performed a symbolic ritual at the base of the oldest vine in the vineyard. First, he poured a glass of the bitter wine onto its roots and said with deep gratitude, "I thank and honor you, my ancestor, for creating this covenant to protect this lineage and this land. Its duty has been perfectly fulfilled." He honored its original purpose, and therefore it no longer had a reason to resist. Next, he took a thorny branch representing the old vow. He built a small fire and reverently placed the branch in it, watching it burn and turn to ash. As it burned, he visualized the energy of the old covenant being released from the soil, from the vines, and from his own DNA. When the fire died down, he poured a glass of pure spring water on the ground and declared a new covenant. "The old covenant is now released in love. I now establish a new covenant of sweetness, joy, and harmonious prosperity. This land and this lineage are now free to fully thrive. It is done." The next harvest was completely different. The wine Liam made that year had an exquisite flavor, still retaining the complexity of its heritage, but without a single trace of the bitter aftertaste. It was harmoniously perfect. Simultaneously, his personal life began to blossom with a new sweetness. By honoring and releasing the invisible legacy of his ancestors, he had not only perfected his art, but had also liberated the destiny of himself and generations to come. The universal law, the energetic covenants of the bloodline. You inherit more than just the color of your eyes or your height from your ancestors. You also inherit their energetic imprints. Your DNA is not just a physical blueprint. It is a quantum harp still vibrating with the music, composed by previous generations, including their beliefs, vows, unresolved traumas, and their successes. These energetic legacies often operate as unconscious background programs, shaping your probability field and creating recurring experiences in your life regarding finances, relationships, or health, which you sometimes cannot explain with your conscious choices. A vow or decree made with strong intent by an ancestor can create a lasting energetic imprint that continues to affect subsequent generations until it is consciously acknowledged and released. To release a pattern, you must first honor its purpose. You cannot erase an energetic legacy by fighting or judging it. An effective cleansing process requires acknowledgement and reverence, understanding that the pattern once served a protective or survival purpose in its time. This acknowledgement allows it to be released peacefully without creating resistance. Cleansing ancestral patterns is a deliberate act. It can be performed effectively through a ritual that involves using physical objects to represent abstract patterns, then performing a symbolic act of transformation, and finally declaring a new decree of freedom. Practical exercise. The ritual of releasing an ancestral covenant. This is a powerful and respectful ritual to help you release an inherited energy pattern in your lineage. Step 1. Identify the energetic legacy. Identify a recurring negative pattern in your life, e.g., a constant sense of financial insecurity, an unfounded fear, a pattern in relationships that you suspect may come from your lineage, perhaps, because you also see it in your parents or grandparents. Step 2. Prepare the ritual space. Find a quiet place. Prepare a candle, a bowl of water, a small natural object like a stone or a dry twig to represent the pattern, and a piece of paper and a pen. Step 3. Honor and identify. Light the candle. Hold the stone or twig in your hands. Close your eyes and say silently, "I now name the pattern of, e.g., lack, in my lineage. I understand that at some point this pattern was created for a reason, for a protective purpose. I thank and honor that purpose. Its duty is now complete." Step 4. The symbolic act of transformation. Now perform the act of release. Place the stone twig representing the old pattern into the bowl of water. Visualize the water gently washing and dissolving the entire old energy of this pattern from the object, returning it to a state of pure potential. Observe in silence for a moment and feel the release. Step 5. Write and declare the new decree of freedom. Take your pen and paper and write out your decree of freedom. For example, by my power and with deep gratitude for my ancestors, I now declare myself and 7 generations to come free from the covenant of lack. Our new bloodline covenant is one of prosperity, trust, and abundant flow. It is done. Then read this decree aloud firmly and with conviction. Step 6. Integrate. Pour the cleansed water back onto the earth, into a potted plant or your garden, to symbolize returning the neutralized energy to nature. Blow out the candle to end the ritual. Take a minute to feel the new sense of lightness and freedom in your energy field. Chapter 28. Convening the Council of Inner Wisdom. Queen Anya ascended to the throne at an incredibly difficult time. The kingdom faced famine, border disputes, and civil unrest. Every day, her council of advisors offered contradictory advice. The general advocated for military force. The prime minister advised diplomacy. The treasurer worried only about the cost. Anya felt overwhelmed and paralyzed, lost amidst the cacophony of voices. In her turmoil, she recalled an ancient practice her grandmother, a woman of great wisdom, had taught her: the art of convening a council, not in the outer world, but within. She dismissed all her advisors and went alone to a quiet chamber at the top of a tower. She did not seek answers in books. She closed her eyes and began to construct a council chamber in her mind. She visualized a round table of white marble set in a space filled with a soft, gentle light. Then she sent out a reverent invitation. She did not pray to external gods or spirits. She invited the wise aspects of her own higher self. One by one they appeared and took their seats at the table. First was an old sage, his eyes holding the wisdom of 1,000 years, representing her long-term perspective and timeless wisdom. Next was a healer with a compassionate smile and hands that radiated warmth, representing her compassion and empathy for her people. Then a warrior woman with a calm demeanor and a resolute gaze appeared, representing her courage and ability for decisive action. Finally, at the head of the table was the image of herself, but in her most radiant and complete version, the inner queen, her quantum self. Anya presented the kingdom's problems to her council. She didn't ask a general question like, "What should I do?" She asked for the perspective of each member. The sage spoke of sustainable solutions. The healer spoke of the people's immediate needs. The warrior spoke of establishing boundaries with strength but without aggression. Each piece of advice carried its own distinct feeling: peace, warmth, stability. Finally, the inner queen synthesized all of these perspectives into a single plan of action, a solution that was not a compromise but a higher-level integration. The plan simultaneously addressed the immediate hunger, wisely fortified the borders, and laid the foundation for long-term prosperity. Instantly, Anya felt an unshakable clarity and peace. Before leaving this inner space, she created a physical anchor. She decided that whenever she pressed the thumb of her right hand gently into the center of her palm, she would instantly reconnect with the feeling of clarity and power from this meeting. Queen Anya emerged from the chamber with a new confidence and poise. She presented her plan, and this time her advisors did not argue. They were convinced by its coherence and wisdom. And in the weeks that followed, whenever she faced a difficult decision, she would simply and quietly make her anchor gesture, and the clarity of her inner counsel would come flooding back. The universal law, the meeting room of the soul. Deep within your consciousness lies not an empty void, but a collective of wise aspects of your own higher self. This council can be deliberately convened to offer guidance, healing, and profound insights from a perspective that is not limited by time and space. These guides, though they may appear as separate figures, a sage, a healer, a warrior, are in fact facets of your own higher consciousness. You are not connecting outward. You are connecting more deeply into your own wholeness. To receive clear guidance, you must create a sacred chamber in your mind and establish a deliberate process. Most importantly, you must learn to discern. Not every thought that arises in meditation is guidance. True guidance from the council typically brings a feeling of peace, clarity, expansion, and a deep sense of rightness. The voice of the ego or fear, meanwhile, often feels urgent, constrictive, and contradictory. Once you have established this connection, creating an anchor, a simple pre-programmed physical gesture acts as a quantum shortcut. It allows you to rapidly re-access the state of consciousness and the wisdom of your inner counsel, even in moments that require quick decisions in your daily life. Practical exercise: convening your council of inner wisdom. This is a guided meditation to help you meet your inner counsel for the first time. Step 1. Prepare and establish a sacred space. Find a place where you will not be disturbed. Sit comfortably. Close your eyes and take a few deep breaths. Set the intention: I am now ready to connect safely and clearly with my own higher wisdom. Step 2. Construct your council chamber. Visualize yourself in your most beautiful and safe inner space. In the center, there is a round table waiting. Feel free to decorate this space in a way that makes you feel empowered and at peace. Step 3. Send the invitations. As you sit at the table in your mind, begin to send out reverent invitations. Start with 3 core aspects. Say silently, I invite the sage aspect of myself to take a seat at the table. Pause for a moment. Wait for a presence. I invite the healer aspect of myself to take a seat at the table. Pause and feel. I invite the warrior aspect of myself to take a seat at the table. Pause and feel. Don't try to force their image. Be open to them appearing in any form. Step 4. Ask your question and listen. Present one problem or question for which you need guidance. State it clearly and sincerely. Then be silent and listen with your entire being. The answer may come as words in your head, an image, a warm feeling, or simply a clear and certain knowing. Step 5. establish the connection, anchor. Before ending the meeting, decide on a simple physical gesture that will be your anchor, e.g., touching your thumb to your middle finger on your right hand. Perform it now while still in this meditative state and say to your counsel, "Whenever I make this gesture, I will instantly reconnect with the clarity and peace of this space." Step 6. Acknowledge and give thanks. Thank each member of your council for coming. See them fade away peacefully. Then slowly bring your awareness back to your body and the room. Immediately take your journal and write down any messages or insights you received. Chapter 29. The Dance of Synchronicity. The musician Lyra was on a journey to find the lost score of the Melody of the Stars. She had searched every library, consulted every scholar, but all to no avail. The path of logic and effort had led her to a dead end. Tired and disheartened, she decided to try a different method, a method of allowing. She stopped actively searching. Instead, every morning she would simply sit and cultivate a state that a sage had once called relaxed expectation. She didn't think about how to find the music. She simply lived in the joyful feeling of hearing it. She trusted that the universe had heard her intention and would show her the way. And then the dance began. One day, while taking a walk with no particular destination, she felt an inexplicable urge to turn down a small street she had never been on before. On that street, she heard a child humming a strangely beautiful melody. Captivated, she followed the sound and found herself at an old antique shop. Upon entering, her eyes were immediately drawn to a tarnished silver locket. Again, an inner prompting told her to buy it. When she arrived home and opened the locket, she was stunned. Inside, exquisitely engraved on the tiny silver surface, was the main theme of the Melody of the Stars. It had never been written on paper. It was hidden in plain sight, waiting for Lyra to tune to the right frequency so the universe could arrange a series of coincidences to guide her. The path was found not by searching, but by aligning. Elias, the former royal chronicler, was now writing a book of his own, a work on the wisdom he had acquired, but he was trapped in self-doubt. Were the words he wrote truly guided, or were they just products of his ego? He needed a sign, a confirmation that he was on the right path. Remembering the laws of creation, he decided to create a playful language of communication with the universe. He didn't ask for a generic sign. He established a personal covenant. In a meditation, he declared clearly and joyfully, "Dear universe, from now on, to confirm that I am on the right path and that my words are guided by higher wisdom, please show me the image of a blue butterfly. This will be our sign." He chose a symbol that was specific and not overly common, then completely released his expectation. He simply began to write from the heart. A few hours later, as he went into the garden for a break, a little girl ran past flying a paper kite, and on that kite was a beautiful drawing of a brilliant blue butterfly. Elias smiled, a wave of peace and certainty washing over him. From then on, the blue butterfly began to appear regularly at moments when he was writing in a state of creative flow, in an illustration in an old book on the hairpin, of a woman walking by in a story told by a friend. Each time it reinforced his faith, dissolved his doubt, and allowed his creative flow to pour forth freely. He had learned to create his own language of synchronicity, turning his creative journey into a joyful dance of communication with the universe. The universal law, the language of alignment. In the quantum field, no event is accidental or random. What we call synchronicity is actually the precise arrangement of circumstances orchestrated by a universal intelligence in response to your state of consciousness and vibrational frequency. Synchronicity is not the universe intervening in your life. It is a reflection of your harmony with the universe. These meaningful coincidences are signs, affirmations from the universe that your vibrational state is aligned with the flow of creation and your highest good. They are nods from the universe saying, you are on the right track. Synchronicity is not created by effort or anxiety. It is born from a specific inner state, a relaxed and joyful expectation that good things will happen. This state of trust allows the universe the freedom to orchestrate events perfectly to support you. Instead of just waiting for coincidences to happen, you can actively increase their frequency by maintaining positive states of consciousness and setting a clear intention to notice them. By choosing a personal synchronicity sign, you are creating a direct communication language with the quantum field. Each time you see the sign, it will reinforce your awareness of your alignment and strengthen your faith in the creative process. Practical exercise: creating your own language of synchronicity. This exercise helps you create a playful and personal channel of communication with the universe through the use of synchronistic signs. Step 1. Choose your personal sign. Choose a symbol that is specific, not overly common, but meaningful to you. It could be an animal, dragonfly, owl, a repeating number 11144, a type of flower, or a geometric symbol. Make sure it evokes a positive feeling for you. Step 2. Establish the communication contract. Find a quiet moment, close your eyes, hold the image of your sign in your mind, and declare clearly, "Dear Universe, Infinite Intelligence, I now choose name of your sign, e.g. the dragonfly, as my sign of alignment and guidance. When I see this sign, I will understand that I am on the right path, my thoughts are clear, and I am fully supported. Thank you for this joyful game." Step 3. Plant an intention and enter relaxed expectation. Think of a small area where you would like some clarity or confirmation. After setting your intention, your most important job is to let it go. Go about your life with an open, curious, and playful mindset, wondering when and how your sign will appear. Step 4. Acknowledge and give thanks. When you see your sign on a bus, in a movie, someone mentions it, pause for a second. Smile and silently say, "Ah, there it is. Thank you." This act of acknowledgement and gratitude strengthens the connection and tells the universe you are listening. You may want to keep a log of these appearances in a journal to track them and build your faith. Step 5. Trust the message. Trust that the appearance of the sign is a confirmation. It means that at that very moment, your thoughts, feelings, or actions are in strong alignment with the flow. Take it as encouragement to continue moving forward with confidence. Chapter 30. The quantum rebirth. King Valerius in his twilight years had become a master of creation. He had learned to navigate timelines, heal with consciousness, and manifest prosperity for his entire kingdom. He was a virtuoso of the quantum laws, but deep within his heart, he still perceived a subtle separation, a final veil between himself and the universe. He was still Valerius, an individual acting upon reality. He knew there was one final step, an ultimate transformation. He decided to undertake the rite of rebirth, a process he had until now only understood in theory. Retreating to the cave of the heart, a sacred sanctuary deep beneath his castle, he began the greatest meditation of his life. The process unfolded in 3 stages. First came dissolution. Consciously, Valerius began to let go of everything that defined him. He released the name Valerius. He released the title King. He released the memories of his triumphs and failures, his loves and his losses. He watched as his entire personal identity, so carefully constructed over a lifetime, gently dissolved into shimmering particles of light. It was an act of absolute courage, a willingness to die to the limited self so that something greater could be born. When the personal self had completely vanished, he entered the second stage, the void. He found himself in the quantum void, a state of pure potential. There was no time, no space, no him or kingdom. There was only silence, stillness, and an infinite awareness. He experienced himself not as a drop in the ocean, but as the entire ocean. He was cosmic consciousness itself, undivided, unlimited. And from that perfect emptiness, the third stage began reformation, A new consciousness arose, but it was not the old Valerius restored. It was the cosmic consciousness choosing to express itself once more through that focal point. A new being was born from the void, wearing the form of the old king, but its essence was entirely transformed. When he opened his eyes and walked out of the cave, he was no longer King Valerius, ruling his kingdom. He was the kingdom. He felt the health of the forests as his own breath. He felt the joy of his people as his own heartbeat. He no longer needed to perform rituals to create prosperity. His very presence was the frequency of abundance, and the land blossomed in response. He no longer governed. He simply was, and his being became the harmonizing law that orchestrated all of reality around him. He had completed the journey from a user of the laws to the living embodiment of the law itself. The universal law becoming creation. Your quantum journey doesn't just end with learning techniques to get what you want. The ultimate destination is a complete transformation of being where you no longer do, but you become. You become the peace you seek. You become the abundance you crave. You become the love you wish to give. To reach this state, you cannot carry the baggage of the old personal self. The quantum rebirth demands a radical letting go, a willingness to die to your limited identity, to allow your true infinite self to rise and take its place. This follows a sacred universal process. In 3 stages: the dissolution of the old identity, the experience of the void of pure potential, and finally, the reformation into a new state of being. Your new reborn identity is pure creative consciousness. You no longer see yourself as a separate individual trying to shape reality. You realize you are the creative force of the universe, experiencing itself through a specific form. Reality is no longer something you act upon. It is the natural, effortless extension of who you are. This rebirth is not an improvement or an upgrade of the old self. A caterpillar does not become a better caterpillar. It completely dissolves and reforms into a butterfly. This is your completion, your return to your true nature as a co-creator with the universe. Practice the oneness meditation. This is not an exercise to achieve rebirth, but a meditation to contemplate and plant the seed for this ultimate transformation. Approach it with an open heart and no expectation. Step 1. Enter the space of stillness. Find a truly quiet place. Set the intention not to do or ask for anything, but simply to be. Step 2. Contemplate dissolution. Close your eyes and breathe deeply. Gently pose these questions to yourself without needing an answer. Simply feeling the openness they create. Without my name, what am I? Without my memories, what am I? Without my roles, child, parent, employee, what am I? Without this body, what am I? Let these questions gently loosen your grip on your personal identity. Step 3. Sense the void. Now shift your attention to the space between your thoughts. Listen to the silence behind all sounds. Feel the stillness in the pause between each breath. This is a small doorway into the state of pure potential. Rest in this state of simple being for a few minutes. Step 4. Plant the seed of rebirth. From this state of peace and spaciousness, set a gentle and humble intention. This is not a command, but an invitation, a permission slip. I open myself to the fullest expression of my quantum self at the divine time and in the most perfect way. I am ready to become who I was truly born to be. Step 5. Return with gratitude. End your meditation with a deep sense of gratitude. Gratitude for the journey you have walked, gratitude for the person you have been, and gratitude for the self you are becoming. Understand that this is not a destination, but the beginning of an entirely new way of living, an eternal dance of creation. Epilogue, the author of reality. As you close these pages, know that you now stand at the threshold of infinite creation, forever transformed by the quantum leap that has awakened you to your true nature. What once seemed miraculous now reveals itself as the innate working of cosmic law, a law you have learned to consciously embody and direct. The secret knowledge you now possess places you within a rare fellowship throughout history, those who discovered how to bend reality to their conscious will, transcending the matrix of limitation that holds so many still asleep to their quantum nature. With this power, however, comes a sacred responsibility to create from love instead of fear, to manifest for the highest good of all instead of from the demands of the ego. As you move forward applying these ancient yet timeless practices in the laboratory of your daily life, remember that results may appear with startling speed, often faster than your human mind is prepared to accept. When this happens, simply return to the practices of quantum breath and surrender, allowing your newly expanded awareness to integrate these accelerated manifestations. While our journey together in these pages ends, your true journey as a quantum creator is just beginning. The universe awaits your conscious command, humming with anticipation as you step fully into your role as the author of your reality, reborn through the quantum leap into the infinite potential that has awaited your awakening since the dawn of consciousness. The quantum field doesn't listen to noise, but to intention. Right now, in this very breath, reality is responding to the quality of your awareness. So ask yourself gently, what do I choose to see now? Let this not be a fleeting thought. Let it be a signal sent into the very fabric of existence. In the comments below, write one sentence beginning with, I now see. Let it be a declaration, a quiet command, a remembrance. Whether it's clarity, truth, or a vision, you are claiming your words are not small. They are threads on the loom of reality, pulling on timelines, reshaping what is to come. Write with intention. Read what others have shared. Witness how the field begins to shift in response.